Checking your physique, I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody.
Hey, welcome back to another Muster Minutes, Building Muster Minutes stream. Episode 26, I believe. And yeah, we're going to continue. We're currently working on deploying this thing on a live URL that people can access. So that's what we're going to continue on with today. Had to wrap up the stream quickly yesterday. Had some visitors come around, so had to sort with that. So unfortunately it was kind of an interrupted stream, but we're going to continue on today. We should be able to get a good stint today on the stream. So if I remember correctly, yesterday we was working on the CSS. Looks like I fixed that. That's all fixed in production as well. And now I'm moving on to setting up app signal plugins. We actually have a bunch of stuff in GitHub, on a GitHub issue that I'm tracking all of the work that we need to do. That's in here. I've also Mailer, Send and Stripe. I need to check those, but I think we're pretty much good to go on those as well. So the last couple of things I need to really figure out is app signal and post hog, because I want to make sure that I can see what's going on with the app once it's out there live in production where people can access it. I don't want to just put it out there and not have any visibility of what's going on. So at the moment, app signal, configure plugins, that's kind of the next thing I'm working on. And let's just jump into the code. So if I jump over to, what should we do? Bring this over. And then I'm also starting to learn, I think I mentioned this yesterday, but I've started to learn a window tiling manager called Amethyst for Mac. And it allows me to just kind of move the windows around like that, just by keyboard shortcuts. I'm trying to use the keyboard as much as possible, which is why I've kind of started using Vim and Tmux and all of these other tools. Because actually I think it just feels a little bit more efficient when I'm trying to move around. And so let's just switch over to Alacrity. And if I press Ctrl B1, we're in Vim in the code. And if I do, let's do space PS. We'll take a look at what's in here. We'll go full screen. So these are all the files that I've changed. So for some reason yesterday when I did the import map command, it did stuff using this vendor folder. And I'm not really sure why. Like, when did that change? Before it was using JSPM, and for some reason when I ran this command, it downloaded everything into a vendor folder. I'm a little bit confused by that. And so I'm going to have to figure out why this is doing something it wasn't doing before and what this vendor folder is about. So if I control Option Shift J, cycles me back to the previous window, we'll open up a new tab. I'll open a new tab up and we'll look into import map Rails and just see what's going on with this. I did potentially upgrade the other day. So if I look at my gem file and then import map, so that's not got a specific version on it, but if I look at my gem file lock file, import map 2.0.1, okay, and what version's on here? 2.0.1. so we did upgrade. We got a new release because I'm pretty sure we was not using this version, and so at some point it changed. And if we check in our, we can look in our GitHub repository and we can see our gemfile.lock changed yesterday. And so, did I see what the difference was on this? Well, let's do blame and then we'll search for import map. So it did change there. What was it before that? Import map Rails. So it was in 1.2.3 and we've upgraded our import map Rails to use 2.0.3. So we've got some changes. I'm going to figure out what those changes are to understand why it's different. So it looks like update only runs when there are outdated packages. And we have two potentially backwards incompatible changes. So these are the things that we need to be aware of because we've now moved a major version. So these are probably the most, something in here is probably why have changed. The compatibility shim is no longer included since all major browsers now natively support import maps. If I need to support one of these browsers, I should still use the 1.x series of the gem. And preloading is now the default, so if you have pins that you intend to lazy load, you need to specifically call preload false. So that's an interesting note. Pinning should always just download. So this is one of the things that actually I think is the major difference. This changed in 3 weeks ago. So this is the big difference as to why we now suddenly have a vendor folder. The idea of depending on CDN to serve assets doesn't make sense in HTTP2 world. You pay a price per domain you connect to, so you should just serve all your assets, including NPM dependencies, off your own domain. We originally went with CDNs as default out of fear people would be squeamish about vendoring compiled libraries together with their source code, but that's just silly. Static linking has a long, proud history, and that's the equivalent of that. So I guess this makes sense. I imagine there's probably a way of changing this behavior. So when you pin React, it will download it, and if you want to remove it, what about update? Is there a way of updating? Not sure. Package a download. Okay. So that's while we're downloading it, and I guess that makes sense. We are just downloading our assets. Is there a way to not download, or is download just the way now? Got to love a cheeky update in the background. Yep. I could roll back to the previous version, but I feel like if I'm this feels like such a minor update, and I just need to pick the route. And afternoon to you too. Hope you're having a good day. Okay. And then what was the other? So in here, ensure update only runs when packages are outdated. So this is another change, which I guess there is an update command. Okay. Day's going well. Thankfully all meetings were pre-lunch day, so hopefully it's afternoon. Nice. Nice. So I think we'll just roll with it. I think that we'll have a vendor folder now, which just has our vendor files in it, and that's just how that works. I guess you'll be able to see, yeah, so here it just has a comment for the version number, so we know what version we have of those assets, and then the rest are all still using a CDN. I guess we probably want to come through here and update them all to not be a CDN at some point, but they're probably okay not as a CDN, or as a CDN rather, and I'll just update them when I get to them. Another option. Okay, and then what do we have? So we've got the import map. That's us using them. These are the vendor files that we're importing. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think we'll commit that. Dash. Dash, 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 dash. Yes. We can then... Do I want those files in my Git repository? I guess I kind of do. They'll just change when I upgrade them. Yep. Yeah. Cool. And then let's just go CC to commit. And what did we do here? We added our plugins for our observability. So I guess it's kind of logs. Add plugins to app signal JavaScript. And then we'll do git push that live. Okay. That should now, you can see down here, it's automatically set. We set automatic production deployments on yesterday, so that's now automatically deploying that into our production instance. While that's doing that in the background, I can check my issues, see what was next. So in theory, we've done the plugins. Stimulus integration was the next one, so we can check that. And so we are adding our app signal stimulus with Rails import map. We should already have the app signal JavaScript live in here. Yes. And so we will do this. Go bin slash import map bin, and we'll paste that in for the stimulus. And then we'll go back to that page here. Space PS. You can see here again, it's downloading those packages we're installing now, or pinning, and it's set up the import map appropriately as well. I then go into here. Let's see, what do I have to do now? So when we start the application, we want to grab, I'm guessing, yeah, install error handler to that application. And we need to grab app signal. So I'm thinking, so far, we've been, not that application, JS. We've been putting all of this in this one big file. And actually, I think it's time to move them. And so we'll take all of that and we will delete it. And then we will write this file, space pv, send sign, and do app signal.js. And then that's not what we want. This is one of the things that's annoying. There's a buffer. When I deleted that block of code, NeoVim puts it into a register, and then when I press P, it puts it out of that register into the screen. But when I do undo, or whatever I pressed a second ago to get that. Oh no, P. Yes, no, it was there. I just did. I pasted rather than doing the thing. Ignore me. Never mind. One more thing off the list. Hype. Yes. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. So these are all in here, and then we can do export default app signal, I believe. And I think we have to do something about our import map in here as well. So if we go in our application.js, we'll now want to, oh, this is development, was also part of that. What's this about? Why is not sure why Space PV is now doing a split view. There we go. And then we can write this file, and then we will go up here and do import app signal. I'm guessing it wants to be like that, because then in our import map config, I kind of need to pin that somehow. Pin app signal. Also, I think preload is now default true. I think it's... I don't think I need to do anything there. Is calling it just app signal going to work okay? Import map. Rails. If you want to import local JS module files from app/javascript/source or other subfolders, you must pin these to be able to import them all. Yeah, because then you would do like source/. The 2 is only required if you want to change the destination, logical import name. You drop the 2. You must place the under option directly after the first parameter. When you use prop shaft, you have to pin your local module. I'm wondering whether I should put this in a folder. Perhaps I do. Perhaps I just have a utils folder. So make a directory called utils, and then we'll rename this, and we'll just rename it so it has utils in the folder there. And then in our application, what I'll do is this will import from utils/app signal. And we'll put it at the top so app signal is present for the whole thing. And then if I go back to import map config, what we'll do is actually, rather than doing that, we will we'll yank that and then paste it underneath. And then on this line, we'll change controllers to utils. That's that done. And then that should be good. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to our applications controllers in here. This is where we start the application. We're going to do import app signal from util/app signal. And then what are we also looking for? So now we're back to this, right? We're here. So we've imported our app signal. We also need to grab this install error handler. I'd like to go above, I think. And then what do we want here? We want to install that error handler. So that installs our error handler for app signal, and then configure stimulus development experience. That's in there. And then this is just the standard definition for the controllers. I think that's in the index controllers in here, right? We import the application. That's where we've just configured a bunch of stuff. And then this eager load controllers from is essentially doing what this is doing. And then there's the stimulus loading, lazy load if I wanted to do that approach. But I don't think I need that. So basically we've got our app signal stimulus. We've got our new app signal file, which is containing all of that logic in one place. We've got our import map set up to handle all the import mapping there. Our application.js we've removed. We've reformatted that and added in the stimulus extension for the app signal, and then we got rid of app signal from our application.js and condensed it down that one file. That all looks good. Let's just give it a test locally. Do I need to control C on this? Maybe we will, maybe we won't. We already have bin/dev. A newer version of the Stripe CLI available that I need to think about at some point, and that's done there. Then when I go here, and what are we doing here? Reloading, signing in. We'll give it a thumbprint, fingerprint, and console. Maybe, I don't know. So we know that there's an error here, this marks issue. So we've done that. I'm curious as to whether that was captured by like app signal. We have to now log into app signal. We were signing in via GitHub. And we're in the development environment. Does this appear as a different error to the one that's here? It says last happened a day ago. That's the error that we saw. It's open a few seconds ago. Same error. I don't know if it tells us anything different because it came through with getting a lot more breadcrumbs now, which is good. So you can see like, oh, the person fetched this URL. There was an HTML request to thing. So we can see all of those things happening. And we can see what origin they were on. No deploy markers. I'm actually curious how the deploy markers work for the JavaScript side. That's something we probably should consider. With Rails import map, the front end key, revision, set the currently running revision used to deploy. So I need to somehow get this. There is a file called revision in the root of the production app. I wonder if it's worth having it echo out in some way to the front end. Possibly. That might be a separate thing though. So let's commit this first. So that we went through this. We're now adding add update logs, add stimulus, add stimulus extension for app signal, and then we'll do git push, get that out. Okay, and then perhaps we come back to this. I think there's something I'm going to end up doing along the way that might get us to that. So we've done the app signal stimulus integration. We're then gonna, I'm just gonna add something to here, app back here, app signal, load revision into front end, just so we know we to come back to that. But I think I'm gonna end up doing something along here. This current.js specifically, I think, is going to be potentially what we're doing here. This current.js is a way of passing metadata. There's a little JavaScript library here, and we can basically have these like current hyphen metadetails. That sounds like an about link feature, possibly, of version details, GitHub links. Yeah, it needs to be done in a way that's programmatically available. The version number, it's so that when it's logging errors, it can say, hey, the error was in this version of the code. This library that I'm thinking of adding in though, which we'll also use to store the current user ID and stuff like that, as you basically set these meta properties up in the head of the page, and then you can read those with the current class in a bunch of places. So I think we're going to set that up at some point, because that's going to also be used to allow us to identify the user ID on the front end when we're calling post hog. And so that's going to be in there. I wanted to review logging on app signal. So there is this kind of logs down here, but I have no idea, like it's empty. I got you. I had front end, but I get where you're coming from now. Yeah. 0 bytes. Okay. We're not running logs. We're not running the app signal SDK client, whatever, on the development application, only the end. But maybe there's something in here. They store app signal login data for 30 days. Yeah, I kind of want to be able to add log source, this log. Don't know how. So we are using Ruby, but we don't see any logging information. And so I need to figure out how to get logging information from the app into here, because logs are something I'd like to see, at least like the last so many 24 hours or something. You'll only be able to see logs after you've completed your configuration. Okay. It says it should automatically be sending the logs, but I'm not seeing them. And I reckon it's because there's some configuration on Hatchbox side that does that. Also, let's go into Hatchbox while we're thinking about it and just make sure that do something to create some logs. Disable the maintenance mode. And then we'll go to app.musterminutes.com. We'll sign in. And then we will go on to here. Let's see. Where's did oh, I don't have it on the app anymore. Go back to here, we'll go production. And we'll go all logs. The other thing we should see now is deployment, so we can see like which versions have been live and stuff like that. Once we start seeing some logs for a version, we'll see when it goes live. There you go, seeing that now. This version, and also it takes you directly to the commit when you click on that, so you can actually see what's changed between those versions, which is really quite cool. If I go into issue list, no issues, performance, that stuff, all logs. I really would like to see some logs. 7 days. Application. Manage sources. Automatically created, used to display any application logs sent from the integration. That might actually only be logs that are specifically sent. So there's probably some sort of way of like through the app signal API of sending logs. App signal for Ruby. Integrations. Maybe if I went to some URL, cause it to kind of error, see if something comes up there. It takes a few seconds usually for it to come through. We'll see that in a bit. And then while we're doing that, let's just see what else there is. So there's like error.record, error.handle. That's recorded, but that's not. Okay, let's see, did it come through anything? Record not found. That's not a problem. So we can mark that as closed. We don't really care about that issue. It's not an issue. And then if I go into logs, did it log anything? No. So I'm thinking I add another log source, but then I'm like, which log source? Like syslog or something like that, or what is syslog? Syslog. So RubyVM. Reading documentation is, I'm sure, thrilling content for anyone watching. Okay. I saw a thing on Twitter earlier that was like programming is 50% coding and then 50% debugging. I'm going to bundle reading documentation in with debugging. Logging from Ruby. So I think this is where you can like, yeah, you call the app signal logger and then you can add that in. Use app signals logger as Rails logger App signal for Ruby. Oh, okay. So then I could go in here and actually configure Rails to be my logger, app signal to be my logger for Rails. For Rails 7.1 and newer, use the broadcast to method to configure the app signal logger. Okay. I only want to do that in production, really, but I can wrap that and deal with that. Well, I can do like logger.warn and do stuff like that. Let's do this then. Let's set this up with the Rails logger. We're gonna grab that, and then I guess we can just run that in thing. Initializers. And then we will do space PV to go into here, and we will do logging.rb. And then we will do unless, like, or perhaps just if rails.env.production. And then end. If it's production, the app signal logger is that, and then logger broadcast, the app signal logger. We'll see if that works. And I will now have to do that, and we'll do git commit. And then we will say we're going to commit this, we're going to add logs, set up app signal logger. We'll do git push. And then if we go back over here, go code. That production is now rolling. I shouldn't need to do this. I should just be able to go in application here and do all logs, and should be able to see what's going on with that. We'll come back to that current library in a bit, and we'll go processes on there, and we don't need, oh, that is our app, right? That's running in production. If we go to there, still building. Completed. Refresh. And then should I be able to now in here see data? Go to live tailing. Interesting. Nice. So I get to see no personal API key. Process the meetings controller. If I log out, log in. Nice. So all of these are info, but if I wanted to, I can query just for info, or I could just actually only want to see the stuff that's a notice or a warning or an error or a critical alert or a fatal. There are no errors on that level, no information on that level at the moment. If I did the error again and caused that to happen and went in here, those I believe should come through as kind of more of a warning or a more severe severe severity, a higher level of severity. Yeah, so there you go, error. So you can go in here and go, actually I only want to see the warnings and the errors, right? And now I'm like, oh, there's all the errors and I can see this is the problem. I could jump to that and find information about that. Guessing open time detective, find out what happened around that time. Cool. I'm happy with that. That now means I've got good visibility of the logs. I can search through these. I can find a point in time and kind of read through exactly what happened. That's useful. And so I will now, we're kind of done, I think, on that side of things of app signal. We can go to our issue, mark that as done. Now we're kind of going on to post hog. And I'll take this bit off. And we're kind of done with app signal. Post hog is our next thing to do. And so we will now identify users on the front end using current.js. So we'll switch over to post hog. And go to our dashboard. So you can see in here there's a bunch of stuff. Can I hide this quick start? Yeah, that goes off to the right hand side. So this is our muster minutes. I think this is probably production data. I'm not entirely sure. There's a bunch of information going on here. We want to track things that are going on, specifically people. We're seeing these people because we did start setting up some post hog stuff before. So let's just see what we have for post hog. I'm not sure why those are appearing for post hog, but I guess because all those letters are in there. But anyway, Telescope can be a bit weird at times. This is our post hog client. Because this is loading on the front end. Actually, this is loading in the back end. Do we have... oh, in our application.js. So we've got post hog in our back end. We're not doing anything with it right now. And then we have post hog in our front end, which is here with the public API key and the API host. As soon as that initializes, it will capture everything the user is doing on the page, like moving around and stuff like that. In fact, we can even set up things like session replay. I don't think I've got it turned on right now. We go session replay, record user sessions, and it will capture information about what the user is doing on the page. Authorize domains for replay. Use the settings below to restrict where recordings will be captured. If no domains are selected, there'll be no domain restriction. That's fine. So now if I go session replay, I'm on here as a user and I'm browsing around the site. I'm looking at my things and figuring out what I'm doing. I go in here and my meeting, rename that, click around. I've kind of finished my session. Those will all appear now in here as session recordings that I can follow along. I'm not sure why. Perhaps it takes a little while for the video to get prepared, but and I can also see console and all of the things that are going on. If there were any errors, that's a good way of kind of tracing. We will need to set up some things in here. We want to see where users are going, but we don't necessarily want to have to see their data. We want to keep their data secure and separate. So there are a bunch of properties that we'll go in and configure for session replay. I'm not actually worried too much about session replay right now. I'm actually going to turn it off. It's just one of those features that we can do with this. One of the problems I have at the moment is we don't know who these people are. Like, we can see first scene 2 days ago. And there's a bunch of information about this person, and I can see that this user did some stuff, but if I reset my cookies, then it would lose track of me. I wouldn't know which user was doing what, and that wouldn't be very good if I was trying to track them across multiple devices and stuff like that. So I need to identify the users when they log in. It would also be nice to see their name in here and details about the person. So if someone contacted me and said, oh, I've got a problem here, I had this bug, I can go in here, look at what they did, what they clicked on, what the route was, and help them resolve it. I can also use this for product analytics, making decisions about what features are people clicking and where people are having issues trying to get stuck in the flow, so build a pipeline, all of that sort of stuff. So for a few reasons, it'll be good to have some information about the user. I want to do a couple of things. So I need to set current up because I want to send go post hog docs and then libraries. We've set up post hog JS. We now need to, we're automatically capturing the events, sign up, and we will want to also identify the user. And so there's a whole doc on identifying users that we need to kind of go through and read and understand. So again, more documentation, but making good progress on getting this deployed. And so this is on web. This is running on our JavaScript. Distinct ID, unique identifier for that user. So at the moment we're using IDs. We can also pass along some information like their email and their name, set those properties for that user, but the distinct ID is the key part here. We can, whenever they change their information, we can identify that on post hog and link that user. But whatever they do on the front end, we need to identify it by the distinct ID. Linking events to specific users enables you to build a full picture of how they're using your product across different sessions, devices and platforms. This is straightforward to do when capturing back-end events as you associate events to a specific user using a distinct ID, which is a required argument. However, on the front end, distinct ID is not a required argument. An event can be submitted anonymously. You might not be signed in yet, so if you wanted to track information about the user before they signed in or across the marketing site and then their visibility on the actual app, then they would have an anonymous ID. At some point they log in and we can give them a distinct ID, and we do that with this identify function. To link events from anonymous to specific users, you need to use identify. So what does that actually do? When a user starts browsing your app website, we'll automatically assign them an anonymous ID stored locally, and then that might not be stored depending on the persistence of the configuration. It's technically possible to call identify using the backend SDKs. It's typically most useful in front ends because there's no concept of anonymous sessions in the backend SDKs. Best practice when using identify, call identify as soon as you're able to. Typically this is when your app loads for the first time and directly after your users log in. You need to call identify once per session. So essentially, I think what we want to do is we have our application.js in here. We kind of want to have something in here that just says if current.user exists, then we're going to do that. Like that's kind of what we want to do here. Not exactly that, but kind of that. There's a few things we need to do to make that happen. One of them is, as I suggested earlier, this current.js library. Makes it really easy for us to do that. That's where we're going to get this current part from. So that's on current.js. So I think the first thing we should do is bin/import map pin, and we will just pin current.js. And then if we go in here, what we should now be able to do, we've got two options for current.js. We can import it and access it here, or we can just make current a globally available object that you don't need to ever bother about importing. I actually kind of don't mind about having it as a globally available object, so I'm just going to add this in here somewhere. Let's go up here to make sure it's kind of available everywhere. Our app signal utils won't necessarily need it. That's fine, and then that is stored there. So now we can do something like, well, actually, let's just see what we can do with that. If we go to our locally running instance, inspect console. There is now current. Now if I did thing, it's an empty object. If current .user console.log hello. That's not kind of what I was expecting, you know. So it does return an object. It's an empty object, so it thinks it exists. I see. So I would actually current.user is a thing, and then inside of that would be some content. Okay. So I could also do something like if like current.user.id, and that's undefined. So then if I change this to be that, that's undefined, we never get the console log. Fine. So in here we are going to do if current.user.id post hog identify current user ID. So if there is that meta field, we're going to send it to post hog. That sounds good. Obviously it's not going to do anything right now, but as soon as there is a meta in there, that'll be there. Now I'm kind of curious because when I log in, we're not doing a full page refresh. So actually we're adding that metadata in, but this code's not going to run again. So it doesn't tell us about this changing this user ID. It only really tells us if the page loads, it already has that user ID in there. And so that's interesting. So how do we want to handle that? I guess what we want to do in here is console.log identifying user. We'll do lowercase w. I hate when I accidentally nudge the caps lock and then I'm on caps lock without fully being aware of caps lock. So identifying users, reset after logout. If the user logs out on your front end, you should call reset to unlock any future events made on that device. We should make sure we do that as well. Only need to call identify once per session. Typically this is after every time you upload for the first time and directly after your users log in. Okay, so I guess on my login button there might be some stuff I have to do after to make sure that that gets called. Okay. Now up here there are some meta tags that I now need to consider. And so how do I want to approach those meta tags? We'll have a meta tag which is current user ID. Is there a Rails meta tag helper of sorts that I can use? There is just tag helpers. Now, I still don't know. Like, there's tag dot meta, which I guess I could just do. There's also this legacy syntax format, and then there's also content tag. Rails, content tag, or tag, like, what's going on there? Basically, tag makes an empty tag. Content tag is used for building, well, tags. I think tag is the new version, maybe. I often find ChatGPT just works better here. Content tag or tag dot in Rails. What one? It sounds for this use case though, I want tag. So we'll go back over here and we'll do tag.meta name and content. So name here is going to be current user ID. The content is current user ID if there is a current user. If I refresh this, identifying user. So when I go into post hoc, where's the dashboard gone? Here somewhere, that one. When I go people, if I refresh, one of these identified or will be soon. That's the production user. This is the local user. Events, identify. What did we do here? We identified them with distinct ID 1. Distinct ID is kind of a bit misleading here though, because actually what we need to happen is yes, need to go here and just do, kind of need to do backtick there. What I'm thinking about here is like perhaps having some sort of like environment current dot env, and then if I went to the application HTML and just did something like tag.meta name current env, Rails env can just be echoed into there. If I refresh this now, identifies the user. Got the page view a few seconds ago. Should be another identify event in there. Properties. Is there a distinct ID for the user now? Copy distinct ID to clipboard. If I delete this person and all the corresponding events, just make sure that that's all cleaned up. Interesting, the ID provided does not look like a person ID. You're using distinct ID. Use persons on distinct ID undefined instead. That's a bit weird. Data management. Actions. Oh, interesting. We're seeing one now, but they're also not found. It's almost like the UI is just a little bit behind on some of these. one. Because now you see in here, like there's person. It's also saying not found. Not found. Not sure what's going on here. Is there a like reset everything? I'm gonna move this off to a different screen quickly. No, that's not that screen. While I check something on here. So we are supposedly filtering out local host. When the toggle is enabled. Oh, that's right. Not sure. I'm not sure what's going on. It says identifying user. If we check up here, what's going on with this? We've got current env, current user. So we should be able to go current, not env. That's development. Nice. And close that for a moment. We don't need this anymore. I don't think we've got it installed. I don't think they're current .js. Something I wanted to quickly check is, can I put like a JSON object in the meta? Doesn't look like it, or at least it's not suggesting that in here. I don't think I'd want to. I feel like that'd be too verbose maybe. Okay. And I think one of the things I'd want to do in here is setting user properties. To set user properties, include the properties you like to set. So for the data coming back, are you expecting to see the user's login name or the user ID? And that's appended in the table. Yeah, I'm expecting, the bit that's going a bit weird in here is I'm expecting to see, there we go. It just took some time, I think. Development -1 is the user ID, essentially. I've prefixed the environment in there. And so I should see events associated with that user. I think because I called identify, it just kind of freaked out a bit. What I would also try and do is delete these, but it seems to have glitched out a little bit on these. I guess because these aren't associated with anyone. Delete this person. Okay, there's a bit of a bug in their screen. Where you can't press the delete person. I was just trying to tidy up some of the data mostly. And then this development one is what I expect to see. I can also send that person's name, but I think I want to do that from server when that person's like name and email address changes. In fact, I don't think I actually send a name right now, so it's just going to be an email. We are going to have some ads in about 30 seconds, just running ads to make sure no one has pre-rolls when they're joining. I sometimes take breaks. I'll continue that, I think, for now. But I'll make sure to give a bit of an update once they're finished. Send feature flags. I think what I want to do now is set user properties. The only way of setting these to capture an event is also alias distinct. If you want to assign multiple distinct IDs to a user, and use alias. I think alias is a bit of a weird one. I don't really want to do that. Identifying users. I think setting user properties, I kind of want to do on in here with Ruby. And I probably kind of want to do it on the user object itself. And essentially after update, after create, do a $sign there. The distinct ID here is actually going to be just ID, user dot signed up, created, user signed up, and then we'll just do back. The email is going to be the email that they have signed up with. I think that's right. And then I could do after update, do the same deal in case they change their email. I guess I can do if email changed. The email changed, then we can just say, hey, we're going to update the user email on the account. So in theory, I should now be able to go into my account and yes, change my email address. Which is a bit weird, but Josh test@juice.com maybe. And then we'll go back in here and we'll change the email address back to josh.brown@hey.com. Or we'll just sign in actually. And close that. Go back to here. Save the changes. We're back as josh@juice.com. Yes, use this email for my account. Verify the email address. Refresh. We're back to that. It should have sent some information like an email address. That would have set some information about that user. Looks like I now have 2 distinct users showing. Don't know why. I must be logged in as user 2. Didn't think I was. I think I was in as user 1. Not sure what Solid Q is complaining about. Blocked in poll. It does take some time sometimes, I've noticed, for it to get the information. So what we're looking for really is in this user there should be a property called email. I believe that's what we send. They can just send email. Yeah. Capturing events. Ruby. I guess identifying users. There was a page we was on. User properties. How to set user properties. Development 2. It's interesting that like 2 popped up. We're definitely current user 1. Rage click. Data management. Okay. Perhaps we can go in here and do Rails console. Now in the Rails console, will I have access to post hoc? Yes. Yes, okay, fine. If I clear that and then do Rails C, what I wanted to actually do was kind of go into, I guess, simulating this. So an object, distinct ID, event, properties, $set. Control B3. And then We're going to change this. Oh, here is something actually that is a problem. Our distinct IDs don't match up. This should have been development 1, right? But it wasn't. And then this should be Josh Brown. I got 200. Fine. So now if I refresh this, cool. Fine. You see information there about the person. It even shows their photo. I'm guessing that's just because it knows it's me. And let's grab that. Or it might be Gravatar. It might be grabbing those photos from Gravatar. That's quite cool. I can delete that person and all of their events. Again, this button doesn't work. You have to click on the person and then delete from there. And that removes them. And I'll get rid of them. Again, this one as well. Delete all person and their corresponding IDs. So hopefully it was just that then. It was just because this ID actually needs to be something like this with rails.n included inside of it. We actually can create a thing that's like distinct ID. I guess the other thing that would be quite good to do is perhaps on login, which is done through our sessions controller. Oh, where is the session? It's not there, it's not. Two-factor authentication. What was it called? Registration sessions controller. There. Create. And then somewhere in here I could just do... Well, actually it is a session, right? So I have a session model. After create, do user.id, user.email, user signed in. So now, if I load up 127 and log out, I'm here. It already tracks development 1 because I was in there. But if I now click sign in, when I sign in, it should send across the details. And actually, if I go in here and then change my email address, I'm actually going to go josh@musterminutes.com. And we'll grab that same login, change our email address to that. And then if I refresh, it should in time come through. Yeah, I'll use that email for my account. Thank you. People. If I go to that person, Again, it takes a little while. Development 2 keeps creeping in here. It's almost as if, like, so the login bit worked, but the user, this after update email changed business seems a bit odd. There's our user signed in event. We don't seem to be getting a after create, after update. Puts perhaps we can go in here as well and just add some new lines so I can make it clearer when I see it in the logs. And then we can just go back to here, go muster minutes, and we can change the email address to, in fact, I'm also gonna just take this off screen for a second while I update something over here. I'm gonna just go in here and we'll bring it back. What was I trying to do there? I don't know. I mean, logging in will have updated this, right? Potentially. Do I just log back in then, or I just verified the email address? What do I even do? What am I doing? If I sign in, it picks that up, identifies the email has changed. Something with the update is odd. So if I go in here and change the email address, I'll change it to my existing email address. Unpermitted parameters. I'm guessing it couldn't accept the email not changing. So if I go back in here, change the email address, we'll do that, but then we'll do josh.brown@musterminutes.com and we'll save that. And we'll have a look, see what happened in here. We should have seen like some sort of couple of spaces. Yes, we'll use that email for my account. There's a bunch of stuff. Active job. Okay, let's just go into here. No, Control B1. After update, if email changed. Not sure where development 2 is coming from. It's a weird situation. Let's see. I refresh. Can I see more columns? Add column left. And last theme. Not sure why. I never thought of using ChatGPT for dinner recipe ideas. Have a fried curry recipe to try for tonight. Nice. Yeah, I use ChatGPT all the time for stuff like that. Or for like modifying recipes as well. The problem I have, like, because it's so certain, I still have to check that it works. I usually sense check some of the quantities. When ChatGPT gets coding thing wrong, I just get a bug that I have to debug. If the recipe's wrong, I'm probably not finding out until the end of the meal. When I'm starting to eat it, and I'm like, that tastes right. There isn't like a last... I can do hog QL. That's the created app. Add column right. Like I want like updated at, essentially, but I don't know. Development 2, I can just look at the events, although for some reason that's not working. I'm seeing page views. Yeah, actually, I know what this is now. This is the email. The email that pops up. Because it's localhost 3000. Is that what that is? It's still annoying that those people aren't being found. I'm guessing because I keep deleting them and then bringing them back, and then deleting them and bringing them back. Delete to the D. After update. Do that. I'd go on my own quantities, have my own spice mix blends that I go to. Just ideas on what else I can add. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much how I use it. Okay, we'll save that. And then guess we'll go in here and try and I do actually have this other user, right, that's like logged in on localhost. So obviously that's the events that I'm seeing. And I'm pretty sure when I do the emails they load up on localhost, I need to go to localhost and log out. That's what I need to do. I shouldn't be seeing stuff on localhost. Because they're two separate sessions. And so these events that I'm seeing here are from that one random user that was logged in. Didn't want to close that. Bring it back. So events. Let's see, development 2 is doing a bunch of stuff. I've now logged out. Now the next bit that I wanted to make sure that I'm doing, well, I do those refs there, but if I change the email address to that, we'll do that. Save changes. This has been changed. User 1 updated email to josh@mustminutes.com. Yes, I confirm my account. Reload. Development 2 user, again, because I've logged in on localhost as that user, it just keeps popping up. I think what I need to do is perhaps reset, you know, if I mean, there's only one logout button, so perhaps I just make sure, like, on click host hog reset. Is post hog just available on the window, or do I have to import it? Post hog. It's not defined. Post hog. Okay, fine. So then I'm going to have to... Can I just do that? I guess what I kind of want to do is, I mean, that's going to solve the problem, but what I wanted to do was I didn't even know I have a Josh at Juice login. Is it the same password? Yeah, it is. That's now gonna sort people tab out. Like, it's gonna like, oh, they're Josh at Juice, fine, whatever, you know. But if I, what am I doing here? I don't know. This logout button and that logout button, I need to reset post hog when I click them. What's the other thing? Like it's doing a delete post to sessions. Can I detect that? I guess I probably could, right? Like I can probably turbo hotwired. Have you already got validation in place? The same email can't be used twice. It should be, yeah. It won't. I don't know what the error message is on it. But yeah, if you signed up and went, oh, I'm going to sign up as well, I guess I'll just log in. Email already taken. Doesn't look pretty, but it's there. So what I'm thinking about here is, I guess, events. Like turbo submit end, and I could do a post hog reset whenever that works. Window.add event listener. I'm alright, I think of another scenario at some point to break something. No worries, thank you. Turbo submit end. I guess there's an event in here. What do I get in here? Event.detail.form submission. What I want to know here is, well, if I log in as a custom event, if I log out as a second custom event, I kind of want to know, like, okay, there was this submission. Was this a logout button? I suppose is kind of what I want to know. Can I see the method that was used? That's location. Method 1. Perhaps the response just has a script in it. I haven't really decided, like, I don't know how I want to handle that part. Like, how do I want to handle, you click a logout button. Now, I've got 2 logout buttons, but there could be more. There could be more. I also need to think about logging in, because at the moment this does this on load, but I logged in and there was no identifying user because I was logged out when I first loaded the page. So it won't be until that whole session never actually identified me. And because I haven't reset, it's still associated with the previous user. So actually I could switch users here and the data that I'm tracking is actually for the wrong user. So that would be a problem if it was a shared computer, but in any way, like in the library or even at home or office or whatever, you end up using the same browser in some way. So I need to call reset and I need to call identify. Identify and login, reset and log out. Those are the 2 things I need to do. I could set up, my options are, I could set up a stimulus controller, and that would then have a stimulus controller for, I guess, sessions controller in stimulus. And then when I click the sign in button, it just does other stuff that it needs to do. That might work. That's one option, stimulus controller. Another option is listen to these events for form submission ends and detect whether it is a relevant form submission. If it is, call the appropriate thing. That's kind of option 2. Let's do this. Go over here. And then we'll do Control BC and just do mvim. We've got 1 stimulus controller for sessions. 2 listen to turbo submit end. Look for submissions for post hog. What could the third option be? I could do some sort of turbo stream from back end. Like I could have specific turbo stream actions. Could be an option. I kind of, or have you got it set that you have to manually log in on the first visit? So it would auto detect if the user has auto logged into. Yeah, so at the moment what happens is when you load the page, if you're already logged in, that meta tag that we added into the top header, that tells you what user ID you're currently logged in as. And then the JavaScript that's on the page can go, oh, I'm going to grab that user ID and I'm going to identify myself as that user. So post hog can then go, okay, everything that's associated with this session is with that user. if you log out, that ID doesn't get reset. And then if you refresh, that ID is no longer there, so the identify call never happens, which means the user is never identified. It was never reset, so the cookie that's stored on the device is still associated with the previous user. So there's kind of the first issue. We need to reset when you log out. And then if you've never logged in before and you're signing up for the first time, you get given an anonymous ID, and then the identify call never happens until you refresh the page once you're logged in. Because it's a kind of, even though it's multi-page app, it's kind of got this single page app behavior where what's happening in here, like that code for identifying the user only happens when you first come to the website or the web app. That doesn't happen anytime afterwards. So when you sign in or sign up, I need to do something at that point in time as well to identify the user. So anytime you start or end a session, the app needs to go, okay, we're going to identify the user. If you're already in mid-session, that's the only case that we've kind of catered for so far, if that makes sense. So we've got the start session, during session, end session. What we've done so far covers the during session, because if you're during the session loading the page, kind of the auto login, I guess, would be considered the during session. That is covered. It's just the beginning and the ends that need to be dealt with. So we could turbo stream from the back end. What would that involve? That would involve apps. That would involve having some sort of specific response in the controllers. And that specific response would have to handle both this kind of page refresh, redirect kind of thing, and calling the JavaScript. So I'd have to do like custom actions. It's probably a bit more effort than it's really worth. I'm looking at the moment at this kind of like notify thing where it says the session has been logged out. That I think is just a message, like that's part of like the I mean, I can show you the code for it. If I go Control B and go for the session controller, there's a notice. That notice there is just session signed in successfully, session destroy, and then a redirect. So session destroy and redirect. And then the notice is how that's showing up there. So instead of redirecting here, I would have to do some sort of turbo stream response. I'd still have to handle this redirect, and that's kind of incompatible with the turbo stream response idea. I'm also wondering about like this idea of having like a stream for the session that I can then stream stuff in from the back end if I was subscribed to that session. I don't particularly like that either though. I don't, that feels a bit much to do a whole real-time communication pipeline just to do that. So I kind of don't like number 3. Number 1 feels okay. Number 2 feels okay. What other options do I have? I could just pull post hog manually from each button. That doesn't really account for calling post hog manually from each button. Works fine for logout, because all I have to do is reset. Doesn't really work for identify. I have to sign in or sign up, because I'd need to do it after submit. So either way, it does feel like I'm kind of waiting for the turbo submit end, even for the stimulus controllers, to be honest. I might have a little bit more accuracy with the, use the wrong word, but it's probably a bit more scoped if I'm doing it with stimulus. But it also feels like something I don't necessarily need to worry about stimulus for. I guess with this, I could specifically target submit end for a specific form, and I don't have to do the code. Either way, it feels like we're using this event. Once the submission ends, we want to do something. Do we do that with the stimulus controller, or do we do that with just setting up a regular window event listener for all turbo submit ends? That really is the decision. And so I can find the location of the form submission. I'm curious as well to know what happens on the identity controller, or like which is the sign up. Let's go roots. Where's sign up? Registrations, registration controller. So when we create, we also create the session and also sign them in. So that's happening in the registrations. Fine. The other option is to detect changes to current. If there's a way of doing that. But that feels a bit much, maybe. Maybe I just have a post hog controller for stimulus. That probably makes more sense. Like if I had just a like rather than having application JS. At the moment, I've got like, I mean, I don't need this, but I've got this going on. What if I just had all of this in a post hog controller that I then initialize on my body? So if I deleted that, wrote that file, go here, go controllers, and perhaps we go back to here. I think we're done with this. I don't think we need that. I'm going to do Rails G stimulus, and we'll do post hog. We'll go to the post hog controller. I think we will paste in that there. We'll stick that inside our connect. And then I think what we'll do is do another thing, which is like track event. I can also do reset, and that's going to call post hog.reset, I think. And then we're going to do identify. I think that means now I can also kind of shift V. We'll grab that, put that in the identify function. We'll go back up here. We will change this line and we'll just call this dot identify. So those are our two functions. And then I think what we can do is, I guess we go in here and just do that. No, we need to add in the backtick there. And then if we did, I think we can do the reset one first. So if we just find application, HTML, layout kind of thing, in here there's a logout button. We'll just make this wide so we can see both side by side for a moment. Actually, I can close this. We can just go full screen on it for now. So we've got our button to log out. We're gonna, well, one thing we need to do up here in our, probably on our body, data controller post hog. That will make sure that our code still gets called in the same way it was getting called before. If I inspect element here and here, if I refresh this page where I'm logged in, identifying user development 1, still happen. Good. If I then go down, not gonna lie, I had a chuckle with the post hog.init line. Just imagine it's post hog, innit? Innit, bruv. Innit, bruv. Yeah, init, it's quite common in a lot of code. Initialize. But yeah, it wouldn't, yeah. I think very early on it made me chuckle as well. It's like, init. Just init. Post hog, innit? Init. Init, mate. Init. Method delete. And then data. I guess we're doing a data action. Turbo. Well, actually, we're going on to stimulus now. But we're also going to be using that, I think. Data action. And then we're going to do, I think what we're going to do is turbo submit end. Like turbo submit end reset. I don't know how that's going to work out. Post hog controller. I guess it would be good to just do console.log resetting post hog. Now if we're in here, or in here, here should be good. Identifying user, you click log out, autofocusing processing was blocked because document already focused element. Didn't get called. Alright, it's interesting. Actually, it did identify me just then. I guess because actually what happened, and this isn't what we want to happen, is the body got replaced. And so that's bad. We don't want the body replaced. The controller connect runs now every time we load, which is good. It's kind of useful, but also kind of, I don't want it to identify every time I hit a new page, so that's bad. Which is what's happening right now. Is there anything in the stimulus docs about this? what if, can you do a stimulus controller on the HTML? Application dot layout. Like, what's to stop me from doing delete to there and then going up here and pasting it? Does this work? I mean, it feels weird putting a data attribute on the HTML tag. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Doesn't detect that. So that's going back because that's where it stays. And so in here, I need to kind of do something about if this has already been loaded. Let initialize false. If initialized return, and then we'll do initialized true. Okay, does that work then? So if I'm here, identified, if I log out, fine. If I log back in, fine. We're kind of back to where we were. This just makes sure that this only runs once on the page. I guess it would make sense to have some sort of initialize function now that I can then move this stuff into and then call this dot initialize. I feel like that makes more sense now. And this reset still doesn't get called, so that's now, let's go back to our, where are we going? We're going somewhere. Layout. If I just did layout, would that get me there? No, I need to do app at least. App. And 31J takes us down to this line. Turbo submit end. You know what I forgot here? Like, this needs to be like post hog reset or something like that. Is that how does this work? Hashtag next. So it's just hash. That's the arrow. That's the hash. Lodger. So that's an arrow. Turbo submit end forwards it into post hog reset. That's correct, right? Yes. Sweet. Okay, so I refresh. We identified the user. We log out. Nothing happened. We log in. Nothing happened. Let's just see what's going on here then. So we've got the logout button. That has turbo action, turbo submit end, and it's all hyphenized. Is it not changing that to that? Still not right. Okay. I wonder if it has to be, so turbo, submit, end, post hog, reset. There's at window, at form, there's once. I wonder if the other thing is like I wonder if the submit end happens on the form and what I'm doing is on the button. I wonder if that is a problem. So one of the things I might just quickly check here is if I grabbed this dollars, like $0 is going to reference the form, add event listener, did turbo submit end, and then just did event. And so I've got log out, event. So I'll add that to the event list. And if I then click that button, there's the log out button, the kind of submission. So I think it has to be on the form, not on the button, because I don't think the button's actually doing it. And so that's a problem with the button too, Rails. I need a way of setting the form data. This hash will be the form attributes. Okay. So this is for the button, and then I need another one, which is going to be form, which is then data, action, and then at the end I need another form, data, action, turbo, submit, end, post hog, reset. So in har, if I sign back in, if I now check out the code on that, the form has the data, action, and not the button. So now if I click I clear my logs there. If I click log out now, resetting post hog. Wait. Cool. I'm going to yank that, I think. Yank from there to the $sign. And then I'm going to go to the identity controller. Like there's some sort of, not controller. Is it a controller I want? What's my roots? Identity, email. Where's the one that's like show profile? Oh, the session show. Is it session show? Session show. Home. Okay, where's home go? We see home? Home. Home index, this one. This logout button down here. You have that. And then that way, if I log out from here, that will also reset post hog. All good. Looks like we're going to have an ad as well coming up in about 30 seconds. I'm also going to take a break quickly while that's happening. I'm just running ads to make sure there are no pre-rolls. So sorry for that. Hopefully it won't be too long. You don't always get the full amount of ads. And it also means I get to take a quick break as well, which I need to. And then we're going to keep working on this. I think we're getting close. I think we have to set the sign in and the sign up forms so that they are reporting to post hog. But we'll do that when I get back. I'm back. Sorry, it took a little bit longer than expected. I had to go get the washing in off the line. All fun stuff. Anyway, what was we doing? Breaks are unacceptable. Hey, how's it going? Sorry, I had to take a break. I actually had quite a lot to do on that break, so I've been running around. Okay. We was doing stuff. Let's close that and tidy up. It was just the one ad in the end. Oh, so it wasn't even a long break for you. Just got the back screen. I hope you're doing well though. Let's see. Okay, fine. So I've done the log out. Let's go sign in, or like the new session new. And I guess we'll do something similar here. This is a form. All good. Just taking a few minutes out before next meeting. How's things? Yeah, things are good. Things are good. Not app class. We want data action. And here we want a turbo submit end. That's going to go to post hog identify. I'm curious to what's going to happen here. Is submit end enough? I don't think it's going to be, because this fires after that, but actually what we probably want is like after it finishes rendering, because this submit end isn't going to have fires before rendering the page, fires after rendering the page. So we sign in, Turbo is fetching the page in the background. The next page is going to show, and that next page is going to include those meta details. Potentially, I don't even know actually. I sign in. Let's close this one. I don't like that page. Close some of those. I'll log out. That will reset post hog. We'll refresh. So in here, current env development, there is no current user. Grab those and sign in. Current env development. Okay, there is now current user ID 1. So it did add those in. Those did get added. As expected, it's development identified and defined rather. So it needs to do it after it's rendered. Does this render get associated with the form that initially triggered it? Fires twice during an application visit to the cache location. Don't really want that. Frame render, turbo load. Yes, it's obviously not what we would like to happen. Control E. We'll close some of those. We'll add this in there. We'll go to post hog controller. Okay. And then So obviously we don't want to call identify right now because it's not getting what we want. Do we get anything in terms of like the event in here? Gotta log out. Oh, reset. Why have I now switched to that user? Oh, that cycles through every time I do it. I didn't realize that. That's quite cool. We get custom event. Can I? Do I perhaps, after I know that this is happening, do I mean, what do I have here? I get the response. The response has some stuff, I suppose, like the body. And that will have the information in it. Form submission won't have anything. The response will have the thing in it. The data that I need. Oh, just noticed. I didn't actually turn the camera back on. So you've not seen me. Apologise. After turbo renders the page. Does ChatGPT know about this? I want to do something after turbo has finished. I want to add an event listener to a form that submits with turbo. After turbo has finished the submission and rendered the page, I want to do something. Is that possible? I'm not in a turbo frame. So maybe turbo load. Fires once the initial page load and again after every turbo visit. Let's see what happens with the turbo load. Do I get the event? I guess is probably the question. Instead of turbo submit end, let's change to hyphen. No, that doesn't work. Change in a word. Turbo load. I feel weird about turbo load on that. Like, it doesn't look like that's how it should work. That thing. So I'm in here and I do that. Nothing. Turbo load does not get called. on there, and I kind of didn't expect it to either, because I feel like turbo load is like a window level thing. I could, and I'm kind of debating this. I just need to check add event listener once. I think it's the second parameter, third parameter I can use and just set a options on. I just see the options. One of them is once. So one of the things I'm thinking of here is if I undo this, go back to being that, go to here, could do window or like document, whatever. I never know which one's best to do. Window.add, maybe document, turbo load. Change this line, console.log following user. Now, what if we did it there, and what if we added a other thing here that just said do this once, like don't we obviously don't want it to be every time you load the page, but for this page load, what if we did something? So console, I'll come in here, I'll log in, development 1, I went to another page, not cool. Should have just trusted my gut. I should have gone with that. That feels like the best option here. And then we'll identify that user like that. The bit that's a bit weird here is the identify call now happens in this turbo load, and this turbo load's already loaded, so this identify here doesn't work. So perhaps I delete that line and do ID identify. I'll paste that in, and then this one I can do this dot identify, and then I just rename this method to be like on load. And then this just needs to become on load. So that will then call this here, which will then call this. So now let's just do the little console log to make sure. Console.log identify. We'll also add our console.log reset. So I refresh the page when I'm already logged in, we get identified. I log out, we get reset. I log back in, I get identified. If I log out, I become reset. I can log in as a different user, I get identified. I log out, log in as a different user. So we swapped around there a couple of times. And so when I look in people, refresh on here, got a bunch of noise from when I was doing like random stuff that probably needs clearing out. Mostly just signing in, signing out, deleting, all of that. We'll tidy up, we'll clean those people out, delete that person and all of their events, delete that person and all of their events, delete this person, all of their events. Development 2 isn't found. Development 3 is found. I think this is because I deleted those users earlier. Okay. Cool. So that is now set up and configured. Oh, I'm still missing one more, which is we've done the sign in. We have not done the sign up. We need to go to registrations, new. We need to go on here and do. I guess we already have this somewhere. Where was it? Space 1. I don't know why it's struggling to switch the buffers here. Session new. Session new. Sorry. Something weird. What happened there? Okay. Session, not session, registrations, new. Registrations, new. Okay. Anyway, something weird happened there. Let's see. So we're gonna go to here. We are gonna yank to the closing bracket, switch over, and then we'll go to the closing bracket and we'll paste. And that should be it. So if I signed up, I should. Should we check that when I sign up, it does the thing that we want it to do? So if I log out, reset, I think I sign up. And I'm going to sign up with Josh at Mustard Minutes. I'm going to be Bob at Mustard Minutes. Sign up, identify development 4, go to post hog. Bob at Mustard Minutes is there. Good old Bob. He's signed up. He's registered, he's confirmed his account, and he's in. And we can see all of the events as well leading up to it. He signed in, signed up, he landed on a sign-in page, clicked on sign up, rage clicked a bit, you know, I like to rage click, and signed in. Nice. And we have information about Bob now as well. Cool. So now that we've signed in and done all of that, I think that's everything. We can go and tidy up our console logs. Is there an easy way of just removing the entire any line with a console log on? Don't know. Guess this probably the easiest. What have we got going on then? So we added current.js, added our post hog controller, import map, session, we added, so new session, we identify and post hog, registration, we identify and post hog, logout, we reset post hog, logout on the home, reset post hog. We then have these after update, after create actions to say when the user does stuff over in post hog. And what else do we have? We removed post hog from just application.js and we've moved it into its own controller. and we also create user signed in events. And those are in the back end, so that way they're always kind of tracked in our system. But if the user decides they don't want to accept post hoc on the front end, we still get back end data to say when they signed in, signed up, and all of that sort of stuff. But what we don't get is perhaps all of their clicks and stuff like that on the page, which is fine. That works really well. And yeah, I think if I go into Git, so add that in, add all of these in, current JS, post hoc controller, the session, the user, the logout, the current information, the registrations, new session, import map, and then the current JS as well. We'll commit this. We'll do, I guess it's logging again. Add identification to post hoc. And we'll git push. And so we should see production hyphen and stuff like that coming along. I think I can also go in here and alias people directly at some point if I needed to. I'm thinking about moving the IDs, the distinct IDs at the moment. I'm not entirely sure about, because I have them in the same post hog environment, and perhaps I should create multiple accounts. Can I just do that? So I've got this organization here and I've got projects. Can I create a second project? No. I think I can if I upgrade, but then just have the first million events. Like, I think I can set limits in here. And then I could use different IDs. Only pay for what you use, and you can set billing limits to as low as $0. Do I want to set this up now? It just gives us access to a few more features. I think I am going to set this up just quickly off screen. Let's take this window over to window 4. And then while that's happening over there, I might be able to see you for a second. Let's see. Okay, I'll just go in here and upgrade, I guess. Add. It's very confusing when it's upgrade, but actually card activation. I don't like you just telling me it's going to activate a card. I didn't really give you a card details. So like, what's going on? I want to upgrade to the paid plan. What login have I used here? Yeah. Fine. Oh, where's me wallet? Oh, where's me wallet? Then it's going to send me a text apparently. problem I have with anything that sends me a text message in response to confirmation is that I live in the middle of nowhere and get no signal. So it's always a bit hit and miss as to whether I'm actually going to get this text message or not. In any sort of realistic time. There we go. We do have a text message. And then that is the number I'm using. I don't have. And bye. Okay. So I'm now set up from there. With billing, there was a setting somewhere for setting the something or other for like payment limits. They've moved everything around in the UI. Set billing limit. There we go. My billing limit is $0 per month. We don't want to spend money on it. And so I think we've done that. We don't need any sort of group analytics, and we don't need pipelines. I'm just checking to see if we can bring this view back. We can, so I'm just going to bring that back to the first screen and switch to that there. Cool. So set monthly billing limit to 0, and feature flags are turned on. Surveys, we can make use of some from 250 users. Don't need to worry about some of the other things in there. That now means we should be able to go into here. I really want to get rid of this project because this is just annoying. Like, get rid of demo project. How do I get rid of it? I'd like the danger zone. No, not that one. That's too much of a danger. Yeah, delete hedgebox. We'll delete hedgebox. I don't want hedgebox in there. It's kind of just annoying. I don't want to delete muster minutes. What I can do in here is go... are we making this the development one? Yes. And then I can go in here and create a new project, which is going to be called muster minutes production, and create that project. And at some point in this flow, it's going to give me a new token. And maybe I'll set that up later. We can just switch back to development for now. I don't need to posthog.com. I'll deal with the production version later. If I sign in here now on localhost and log out, that should have reset post hog, and we should stop seeing annoying little pop-ups like this where it's saying this user is somehow viewing, because they're not actually there. Okay. Okay, cool. And then did I push all this live? Yes, I did. So that should be building, it should be in production. In fact, if that was a few seconds ago, the local host one. If I went to app.musterminutes.com, there's production 2. Production 2 hasn't created a new session yet, or logged out, logged in. So if I logged in and then refreshed, production 2 is now josh@musterminutes.com. And I've got 2 josh@musterminutes.com. Looks a bit weird, but this one's the production user. I'm actually going to split these out into 2 separate projects now that I've set up payment information on PostHog. So 2 will be completely separate, but this will be what I use for tracking users. And we can also see user signed in from PostHog Ruby. We can see the events from the web. It's nice. This is where we set that information about the user who is signing in. Cool. If we go back to here, we can close some of these now, and then we'll go to GitHub, Musterminutes app, we'll do issues, deploy Musterminutes. Another one ticked off. Session recording, that is literally just a flicking the switch kind of on option. There wasn't really much I want to do there. I can turn on session recording. I think I probably will for production. We talked a little bit about it earlier. There isn't really anything I need to configure apart from so I can capture a bunch of stuff. There are some details though that I probably should consider if I do that. How do I ignore the sensitive elements? There are certain sensitive elements. And mask all inputs true, I think, is probably what I want to do. General text is not masked by default, but we provide multiple options for masking text. Mask all text. So I think I could probably just do the mask text selector and just have it mask anything that is text, because I know what the different words are in the UI. So if I set that, then we're just going to mask everything. Text-related config options apply only to non-input text. Inputs are masked differently and have separate methods. I think the default must be mask input true. I guess I could just pass mask all inputs set to true, because I just don't really want to see any of that. I want to make sure it's clear. That's the maximum privacy setting. Just mask everything. Limited, try to mask emails, passwords, and then only reveal things that are marked as safe. Data-record, I will be visible. I quite like this approach. At least then I have the option later. If I need to reveal something, I could go in and just add the data record true attribute. That's quite nice. And that's also in there as well as part of that input function. I quite like this selective privacy option. I think we're going to do that. Does that have to be under session underscore recording? Yeah, okay. So that's in here. Session recording. And then we'll do that. I thought it would format this. Oh, it's using the double quotes because we already have single quotes in there. That makes sense. I'm happy with that. I guess I could swap those round. I don't think it matters too much. If I refresh, there shouldn't be any logs. No, good. If I configure, oh, it's over here. Record user sessions. We'll capture console logs. Properly capture network performance information. We don't need to worry about capturing the network payloads themselves. And then I think that's it. So then if I close that and then go 127, go back here, I have a session. I'm going to log out. I'm going to sign in as Josh at Master Minutes. In view test, edit transcription, the Hello Cutie Pie one, speaker one, Bob, good old Bob. Bob's Cutie Pie.
Hello, cutie pie.
Hello, cutie pie. And then we'll go back here and we'll refresh and we'll see. We should see a session because we should be recording. Also, we had this weird issue before actually that it didn't actually record it. It's just blank. Blank. Events. Submit form, transcription. Fine. Sometimes it takes a little while for the session recording to come through. I guess as well maybe I needed to refresh. Okay, there we go. And you can kind of see here actually now it is working, session recording information. You can see all of those parts of the UI have just been blanked out with asterisks. So I have no idea now who's logged in. Obviously, if there were photos, they're going to show. There are ways of blanking those out as well. I believe there is anyway. Let's see if we can do that. I mean, at the moment, that's a fixed image, but perhaps something we should consider. And there's no audio on this either, so... Settings perhaps, and then go session replay, record user sessions. We are doing that. Docs. Privacy elements. Other elements. So I can do a post hog no capture class on the image and it will avoid it being captured. It's quite nice. So perhaps I do that on the image for the user, which is somewhere in here, 36J. But then if I go back here and I refresh,
Hello.
edit the transcription, that shouldn't be there. And then if I go back to here and refresh, it's now, that is recorded as one long session. Also, you'll see that the image is there, but now it's just disappeared. It's hashed out. Which is nice. Cool. So that keeps it all kind of relatively secure. I think it knows that this is a placeholder on the text. When we were looking at the editor there, and the button text as well. I'm not really sure why those ones... The button text really should be blurred out there as well. It's interesting that that's... Like, everything else is hashed out, so I'm not sure what's going on there. What does it look like when we change the... We click into here, right? So it becomes an input, changes, click out. Nice. I think that makes sense. It looks good. I'm happy with that. I've reviewed the session recordings. We can set limitations on that, on how many we record, but and which ones we record, like whatever. Post hoc review feature flags. So that is another feature that we have access to by using post hoc, which is the feature flags. I perhaps want a way of just going, okay, we're not going to have this feature right now. So let's do this. In fact, before we do that, we need to make sure that we commit what we have. So what do we have here? We did session recording. We can do... is there a emoji here for like tracking? Record. Analytics. Yeah. So here we will do set up session recording with post hoc. Do that. We'll git push that live. And now we can move on to the next bit, which is going to be the feature flag. So we're going to have a feature flag. What I'm thinking of doing is adding a feature flag for the pay button. So at the moment, one of the things I keep doing is like taking off, putting on maintenance mode, putting it back on, because we have the pay button kind of still connected up to the old Stripe setup. What if I can just turn that on and off using post hoc? So let's take a look at that. So we'll go into, at the moment, that pay button and the whole pay workflow is actually done through the meeting show page, right? Like it's in here. There's a pay button here. What if I did something in here that just says, if post hoc says you can't, you can't. So the feature flag here, we need to come up with a unique name for it. Payment, transcription, checkout, I guess. Enable feature flag. Release toggle boolean. Default is going to be true. Payload. Specify payload to be returned when that served value is true. Guess just true. I can match all the users. I can say it's a specific user. I can do all of those sort of things. We're going to call this in our kind of server code. So we get to say, hey, post hoc, is this feature enabled for this user? And then if it is, it'll come back with whatever the thing is. You can also get the payload. I actually don't need to specify the payload, I don't think, because I actually only just want to know if the feature is enabled or not. If they log out and log in, we don't really care about that. We're going to do this on the back end, so that's fine. We don't need to worry about unique groups. We're just using the users, roll it out to everyone, roll it out to no one is the option. So we can kind of cut this back and be like, actually it's going to be 1% or only users that are internal, stuff like that. Use show local evaluation option, show payload option. Find who can modify. I don't need to worry about that. Transcription checkout. We're going to create that feature flag. We're going to see what it looks like in Ruby. And we can just do this. And we need to remember that our distinct user ID is the environment hyphen at the moment. And actually it might even be valuable storing that on the user object itself, just so that we can access that. I should be able to modify this as well. Like if I go projects, I can also copy this if I needed to. Schedule, I can set schedule up. At a future point in time. That's interesting. They've updated this a little bit. So in here, schedule, history, permissions, schedule. I guess change type, change status, enable feature flag. And then I schedule it for happening at a time, I suppose. What if I just want to change it now? And I used to just be able to instantly change it, but I guess I can schedule it for a time. Okay, cool. So we will take that code. We copied. I think we copied it. We can actually probably make this easier. So if we went to our user model, perhaps we do something in here that is for, rather than that, let's go to helpers, application helper. We'll create a new one, which is like posthog helpers.rb class posthog helper application helpers. I don't know if I need to inherit actually. Timestamp helper, no. Application helper, no. Fine, so I don't need to inherit. Posthog helpers is its own thing. We're going to have a def in here that is feature enabled, and that's going to take a feature name and then going to go to the beginning of the line, and we're going to insert a $sign there because that's what we have with our thing. There should always be a posthog API key. We're going to struggle without that. And then this change around the quotes, it's going to be, I guess we're going to have this. It's going to be Rails env, not feature name. We're going to do current.user.id. Is transcription checkout enabled or not? That I'm going to change around the quotes there, pass the feature name in, make sure that's there, and then in our meeting show we should be able to go down here, if feature enabled question mark, and it was, I think we can probably pass a thing in here, symbol, transcription checkout. If it's enabled, we get the button. Otherwise, perhaps we'll just say, sorry, this service is currently unavailable. And then we'll end there. So, the button's not there. Doesn't entirely mean you can't do it just because the button's not there. So perhaps I need to go to the orders path and just add this checkout thing there as well. But the button will disappear. So if I go to one of these meetings, the one with the recording, that says generate transcription. So I must have paid on that one. Create a new meeting, test. We'll upload our file. Hello Cutie Pie. Create the recording. It says feature enabled, undefined method. Well, that's a bit odd. Control E. Post hog helpers. Well, there it is. So why is post hog helpers meeting go feature enabled? How come that's not coming through? Do I have to, in order to get the helpers to load, I think I probably have to restart, because I feel like that's a thing where I have no idea what's going on with solid queue, and I think I am going to swap it out at some point because it's been a bit weird. Okay, do I have access to the post hog helpers in here? Post hog helpers dot feature enabled. Undefined method. I think I know what I've done. If I go to space 1, space 2. Where did I put this? I haven't done it yet. Post hog helpers. I've done this as a class. I'm pretty sure this is meant to be a module. Yeah. And I probably now, because I've changed that, I probably do need to restart. Still not a thing. Undefined method feature enabled for post hog helpers module. It doesn't help that I've called it post hog helpers rather than post hog helper either, really. Post hog helper. I don't know what to do that. Control R. Okay. There we go. Sorry, the service is currently unavailable. Interesting. So Control E, did I add that in here? Yeah. So if it's enabled, show the button. If it's not enabled, show this unavailable service thing. Post hog is feature enabled. I reckon perhaps because the feature name was a symbol, and actually it probably expects a string here. .2s. Interesting. Still not working. I would like to see actually myself at this point what's going on. So if I do Rails C, oh, we are in an ad as well. Apologize. Post hog dot. Oh, I guess I can just do current dot user equals user dot first. And if I method current user equals current do I not have access to doing that? Alright, delegates the user to the session. Okay, fine. Current or session dot last. Okay, current dot session equals session dot last, and that will set the user. And then I should be able to call feature enabled, transcription checkout. Post hog helper dot that. Interesting. I guess I can just call this, right? Rails C $. Is this enabled for production or development one? True. True. So what's happening here to the point where this is showing this then? Puts feature enabled for user current ID. I guess I also need the rails.env as well in here. And if I go to the beginning of the line, just do some new lines. I like the new lines, they help me see where I'm at. Feature enabled transcription checkout for user development 1. Successfully computed flag remotely. False. Yet when I get the flag, it's successful. So something about this I think is probably a bit weird. I think... Oh, I'm going to get the 2S in the end because it didn't work, I think, right? So perhaps YS quotes. Oh no, I need to do YS in a word quote, and then I can get rid of the X, the colon rather, with the X character, and then we can try that. Okay, fine. So the symbol didn't work. Quotes do work, and now so I have the pay button. And now I have the option in here to somehow configure this. I also get usage as well. I can see information about this. Although, what's going on? Why is it a big blank screen? What's going on here? Could in data we trust. Come join us. I mean, this looks kind of pretty. This is cute. Got a little logo and like, I didn't know you could do all of this. How does that work? But your site's a bit broken. Think you need someone on your team to fix the issue. What's their open roles? Speculative application. What does that? Speculative. Oh, I see. It's like, hey, like technical ex-founder exec. Interesting. Weird. Team exec. I don't even know what they're doing here. I'd like it to work though. Dashboard. It's very broken. Perhaps if I clear site data, refresh. No, that gets me to log in, but it's very, very dead. What about if I looked at it in Safari, for example, hosthog.com. Get started. No, it's just broken. It's very broken. So I imagine that probably concludes our post-hog segment for a little while. They have a status page. Close, not that. This. Post-hog status. Yeah, I beg to differ. All these greens. I don't know. You know. I just tried it on a different browser. So. Does seem like something's very broken. Maybe Firefox. Because what I'm thinking is maybe they've done an update and I've just got caught with the old index.html and the JavaScript just isn't loading for the page. I don't know. Quite like this darker mode background for Firefox. Well, what do we do now? We pretty much got feature flags working. I just need a way of turning it off. But, you know, it's not really reassuring when the thing that you plan on using to pull the switch doesn't work. It's a little bit concerning, you might say. Have anything on here? It doesn't feel very. One component had a major outage. 4 minutes. Well, they've had good uptime, so over the last 90 days, you know, they had one major outage for 4 minutes on the EU cloud. Actually, it was the same in the US cloud, but you know, like. So maybe it's just me. Maybe it's my end. But it's... eu.posthog.com. Doesn't seem to be working. It's interesting as well. This says like commit unknown. So I wonder something weird going on there. Also, a chunk of this is like SSL version or cipher mismatch coming up. So like that kind of is like, is there something weird with the certificate? The certificate looks okay. Can't see why the certificate would be wrong. A lot of those are coming from app.static. Also seems to be fine. Perhaps we can. Do they have a X post hog? What? Where do we get post hog swag? I want post hog swag. I mean, I want post hog to actually work first. That would be nice, but like, oh, everyone's got post hog swag. Where's this coming from? Well, I guess if we can't, you know, actually use the app, might as well just see what's on the website. Community merch. Do they have socks? Do they have socks? You know, I like socks. Post hog socks. That's actually pretty good. I'm actually tempted by that. Love a good, you know, sock. Not a big fan of stickers when it comes to merch, you know. Their actual t-shirts and hoodies actually look pretty good as well, you know. Copy pasta hoodie, like what is this? I actually quite like the copy pasta. My other home is a data warehouse. Not such a fan of that one, but like everything I know, I learned from the internet. Yeah, I like that one as well. They actually have pretty good merch. I just wish, you know, could actually use the service right now. No, it's still down. Post hog origami. Build your own desk hog. What? I think we need to, you know. What's their shipping? Is it just going to be yeah, I'm going to have to put in a shipping address, aren't I, to get the estimate. Interesting though. Made a thing and people like the thing. Graphic designer at Post Hog. Post Hog based in London. Well, San Francisco, but she was based in London. They don't support self-hosted deployments anymore. That used to be a big thing with Post Hog. You used to be able to self-host it. I didn't realize you can't self-host it anymore. Like on their pricing, it used to be like at the bottom. It used to be, oh, you can self-host because it is open source, but no support. Yeah, bring your own engineers. Okay. The one thing that's kind of annoying is that actually a lot of the features started to become not available in the open source version. So I remember correctly, when you go into docs, there is features around cohorts. But I guess they've actually potentially removed a lot of the stuff that was like only available, yeah, up here, free open source. Some parts of this feature are not available on this plan. It's kind of annoying. So even though they've always had this like open source version, if you need some of those more advanced features, it doesn't work. But yeah, they don't. It's available under MIT license. Do you develop this version, but some premium features are only available on Postal Cloud. We do not support for this hobby. I love the word hobby, you know. We no longer support paid open source deployments, and it's no longer possible to apply license for self-hosted versions. Interesting. This is like feature flag scheduling release. You can now enable, disable, or change the rollout conditions of a flag automatically. Scheduled flag changes. Useful. What if I just want to change the flag like whenever I want? I'm looking for like the features. Feature flags. Feature flags API, canary releases, cookie-based feature flags, set up on time. However, you can improve the performance by evaluating feature flags locally instead of making a request feature flag. Post toggle periodically request and store feature flag definitions locally, enabling you to evaluate the flags without making additional requests. I guess the challenge with that though is, yeah, you need to poll for feature flags. We decided to count the requests. Oh, that's interesting. By default, PostHog fetches these definitions every 30 seconds or 5 minutes in the Go SDK. However, you can change the frequency by specifying a different value in the polling interview. We count the request to fetch the feature flag definitions as being equivalent to 10 decide requests. Because one of these requests can compute feature flags for hundreds or thousands of users, it ensures local evaluation is priced fairly while remaining the most cost-effective option by far. Fair enough. Yes, because there is a billing cost associated with it, right? Okay. Adding a code, creating feature flags, testing your flag. That was it. There's also a thing that you can turn on, which I can't turn on because it allows you to manually turn the controls, manually change the flags. Only affect your browser. You made to refresh. That would be interesting. How it like toolbar probably isn't going to affect the server side like thing. I don't understand what's going on here. Like why this has decided to just, you know, call it quits. Everything on that domain it seems like that domain has an SSL cert issue. Yeah. SSL cert checker. No certificates. So it's trying to access HTTPS, but there just is not a cert. Hey, by the way, post hog. eu.com. Drop him a message, like, hey, we don't show that page. Maybe, I don't know. Fine. Well, we can just move on. We'll find something else to do. What else do we have? I mean, I'm curious. Does this still work? I guess the certs are the issue. So it's only that app end. Load revision into the front end. That was our next thing to think about for app signal. So if we go back to app signal for a bit, since, you know, post hog's taking a short break. And if we take a look at this, we should be able to go all logs. We're not doing stuff on there a while ago. One of the things that we have, if we're going to the docs for app signal, is on the JavaScript front end, app signal for front end, in the configuration, we can set the revision. We set revisions. This is actually something I did, I think, offline the other day. I forgot to mention about it. Let's just check actually before I go into there. It does have some stuff. I think these were all okay. You only need one of those. What's going on there? Post hog helper. Okay. And then we can do git. So we've got our post hog helper file and we've got our feature check. So if we like that, we should, not like that, we can do commit this and we can do flag, add a remove feature flag, add feature flag for checkout. Yep, and we then do git push and we'll get rid of that out the way. That can go live. Which should be interesting actually. No, I've not set up the separate account for post hog yet. Okay, now if we take a look at app signal.yml, you can see here we kind of added this revision. This is the config that loads, and then it loads the some remaining credential information from an environment variable, which is in the .env file. But test and development, app signal is turned off, production is turned on, but it also sends this revision note. Say, hey, read from the revision file. And that is a file that if I open up a new tab, just do new tab, SSH to deploy, and then cd muster minutes current. In here is a little file that just has the git tag, git hash for the current version. So essentially that's like a version code that's in our version control management system. It's a little file that tells us what version we're running on. I kind of want that available in the front end. And so I think what I'm going to do is just do revision. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm not going to keep that in there for deployment. We're actually going to delete the file. But I do want to go to our application layout and perhaps see if I can go and add a tag meta with the name current revision. Content can be file.read revision, if file exists, revision. Is that right? Again, I keep knocking the blimmin' caps lock me. Add signal. File exist, file read, revision. So if I'm on here and I inspect the page, what I'm looking for is in the head, should say the current revision. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it's got a new line. So actually that does work. And if the file isn't there, then there won't be a revision. So if I go and edit, edit revision, I suppose. Space PV. I don't know what you're doing. Like, because caps lock was on again. I don't know, caps lock keeps sneaking itself on. Revision. We're now going to delete that file. And then we'll switch back. And then if I refresh, current dot revision isn't there, empty. Add a file again. Revision. One, two, three, four. And current dot revision. Glad to hear it's not just me that fat fingers caps lock. The problem is like, if I'm using a normal editor, you'd normally see when you're like on caps lock, apart from passwords, because if you've got caps lock on and you start typing, you're like, oh, those are capital letters. The problem that's annoying is if in order to get to the telescope finder that I'm using, I do space PF and it brings up this UI to be able to get to that. If I press escape, it comes out of it. If I press space PV, it takes me to like the directory. So those are the kind of keyboard shortcuts in there. But if I have the caps lock key on and I'm in a file, well, now if I press space, I mean, you'll see down here, these are the options I can press now. I can press space / I can press space 1, 2, 3, 4, space P, but there is no capital P. When I press space capital P, what ends up doing is it skips the space part and just does what happens when you press P. without the space. And when I press P without the space, what it does is paste what's in the current buffer. So all of these colons are what's in current buffer. If I yanked that line twice and then pressed P, I'd get the line. So I just get really confused. So like, what's going on here? And it's because the caps lock key is pressed and it's changing all my keyboard shortcuts. But hey. So current.revision is that. If I did that or an empty string, it's that. If I base PV revision, I always feel like I need to do that, but I don't. And then refreshed current revision, an empty object, which is a bit weird. Maybe I do like current app.revision or something. That probably would make more sense. I think I'm going to do that. Application layout. Okay. And then if we go to where we configure app signal, although the issue I have is I type slightly hard and my work laptop is a bit sensitive, so it sometimes picks up another key alongside what I actually pressed. Yeah, I can be a bit of a hard typer sometimes, smashing away at the keyboard. Not get to use pick your own keyboard, custom keyboards. I suppose, yeah, you said laptop, I suppose. Do you mostly work from laptop then? Like even at home? You not have like a docking station or something? Or even at work actually. Like often there's usually a way of docking somewhere. App signal JS, this one. In here, I think I can set revision as current.app.revision. I think that's right. Key, URI, namespace, ignore errors. Yeah. I could plug a keyboard in, but it's changing over from personal. That's a faff. Yeah, fair enough. I've kind of set my entire workstation up around being able to very quickly and easily switch any computer into it. I have my keyboard and mouse. Well, the mouse connects to both anyway wirelessly. Connects to the Mac via Bluetooth and then via the docking station won't work. That's a joke, right? I meant like when you're at the office, like the place you can usually connect a monitor to or something. Not them buying you a docking station for home. Although sometimes companies do that, because like surely, especially the larger companies, surely there's something around what's the whole like health sitting position stuff. I remember having to do a oh, that was so funny, when I was working for an insurance company and I had to do one of their like e-learning modules about sitting comfortable, like sitting at the right height and position, and like so your arms are all in the right place. And they had this like interactive thing where you had to adjust the person to the right height, and I was bored, so I just wrote a little script that just very quickly alternated and made them move around. I was, yeah, clearly bored that day, but anyway, that was a while ago. You've got to make the e-learning fun, you know, somehow. Somehow it's got to be entertaining. In the office, we hot desk with docking stations at each desk, 2 monitors and keyboard and mouse. Yeah, fair enough. That makes sense. But you don't get to choose the keyboard then. Obviously, because it's in the office. Okay, I think that should do the job. Is there a way of just disabling it? Ignore errors, namespace. I guess I could just return false here. And then only do stuff. No, stop the big bog standard Dell Microsoft keyboard. Fair enough. Fair enough. So what did I change here? I added revision, current.app.revision, and in application layout we have current app revision, which is just reading from a revision file. If it exists, doesn't exist, doesn't add that app revision in there. So it'll be null or undefined, and therefore it's the same as just not having that line in there at all. If I refresh in here, just make sure there's no current is not defined. Interesting. Interesting. But it should be. You know, that's interesting. I actually think it's because if I go to the application, Jess, good job I checked, you know. This now needs to go up there because app signal is reliant on current. And so if I refresh, nothing happens. It's as if current is there, but there is no current.app.revision. It's undefined. So, but if the file was there, it would be there. The application, move those two around. Revision, and then the revision, if it's there, otherwise the meta tag won't be there. Hit commit, and we will then do I guess we're updating the tracking code. Update app signal revision for front end, and we'll push that live as well. Nice. Okay, cool. What about post hog? Is it working? Is it? Have they fixed it? Still not working. It's a certificate error. Have they figured out what's going on yet? Oh, there we go. They've spotted it. We've spotted that visitors can't load post hog at eu.posthog.com. Yeah, your certificate has expired for some reason on your assets. But hey, I'm sure they are on top of that and have spotted that already. Hopefully that means that we should get that resolved soon. Major outage, 1 minute. See, it says 1 minute, but you know, it's definitely been out for a little bit longer than 1 minute. They've spotted it in the last minute, but it's been at least 10, maybe 20. I mean, when did I start doing the stuff to switch over? I mean, I did a git commit, right? When I decided to switch over, and that was after checking it out for a little while. When was that? So 15 minutes ago I checked out that code. So, you know, Hmm. 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 You know. Anyway, hopefully I'll have it up soon. And then I can continue on. We can finish up setting up the feature flags, which I think I can kind of tick, but kind of not quite yet. Fine. Okay. The next part that I have is finalizing the setup of mailer send. So let's move on to that next. That should be in our production config in here. We're sending, we have the mailer send API key. We have all of these values that we set and the delivery method. Fucking hate certs. Always expire when you need the service. Yeah, I was like just midway through working on something. It's just like, no, it's gone, broken, doesn't work. They are really annoying. I think at the last company I worked for, we used to like, you have certificates for push notification handlers as well, and they're always like a year long, and you have to manually go renew them and do something in some silly admin panel somewhere. It's a nightmare. Must have done GitHub. Your account's been approved. Nice. Nice. Good. Now, it might be approved, but I actually don't think... No. Wrong site, you know. Anyway. I think I go in here, change email address, resend a verification email. Okay. I actually do need to see my emails in order to test that. For our UAT/test regions, no one actively monitors the certs. IT services only update it when we raise a ticket for the service being down. Just set a notification for when they expire. Like, no one, it doesn't need anyone to actively monitor it. It just needs a notification, a task in some tracking software. They have a fixed expiry date. What? Okay. I'm sure there's a reason. Interesting on this, like disabling local evaluation, no personal API key. Don't know what that's about. You fix it yet? We'll come back to it later. I do need to have a page open for thing. So we'll move this over to window 4. Oh, I need to sort that out later. Let's put that there. Again, because it's UAT/test, they're like meh. You don't need it all the time. True. But I mean, how often are the certs expiring? Like, usually it's like once a year. I'm sure people are using that service more than once a year. I guess. I mean, I guess maybe the certs are shorter lived and therefore... I don't know. If they're expiring that often, I guess they're short-lived, probably. How long do I have until? I'm going to take a quick break. Unfortunately, I won't be too long. See you in a moment. I'm back. Okay, what was we doing? We were trying to get the email working and sending, and for some reason they're not. You know, I've not had an email. If I search in my email for muster minutes, like, we're not seeing anything. You know, every email from muster minutes will be on that page, and they're not. So I need to figure out what's going on, basically. And it also says it's not trying to send any emails. So I guess I probably could check something in Hatchbox. Maybe there's a config setting or something. You know what would really be good? If I had chat on 2 screens, because I'm using the screen that I normally have chat on to quickly see some information. And so I'm just gonna bring chat on my laptop so I can quickly click back and make sure that I'm not missing any messages while I'm sorting something out off screen. Hatchbox, and I'm going to check for what config I set up in the environment variable. Did I send the mailer send API key? Yeah. Okay. Mailer send API key. So perhaps there's another thing that I can consider. Mailer send API key is definitely, that is what I have as my environment variable. So that should be set. Let's continue. Perhaps there's something else. I'm gonna have to move this over as well, because I'm gonna have to search for the API keys, I think, and just check that that is all configured correctly. Okay, settings, account settings, the company logo, I don't really need to. IP allow list, all IPs are currently allowed. I had a weird little notification up there that looked quite bad, but it's just disappeared. Add an IP to your allow list to protect your API and SMTP requests from potential attacks. I could do that. That would probably be good, but it says all IP is allowed at the moment, so I should be able to send emails. That was in settings. If I do integrations, what have I got in here? There's no specific integration for Rails as far as I can see. There are API tokens which I can manage, and for which I have one of those. It says it's not been used. Maybe I got the permissions wrong on it. I don't think so. Email full access. And so perhaps I can come back over here now and just do mailer send Rails. Create an API token, we did that. Copy this code and put in our environment config file. We've done that, that's in our production config file, right? Send email using the Ray action mailer. This domain must be verified. So actually this is interesting. We perhaps haven't set the email we're coming from anywhere. Rails mailer default from. Perhaps there's something like that. I mean, there isn't. There is username here, but there's no from address set default. Action mailer base default from. I wonder if there's like a config action mailer. From in here. Rails config, like how does this config thing work, right? Like this is application.configure. Configuring action mailbox, not action mailbox, action mailer. Two are different, one's incoming, the other's outgoing. SMTP settings, that's what we've got there. Asset host, logger, not what it's going to use the default logger, which is going to use the thing. SMTP timeout. These settings all look okay. Delivery method, it defaults to SMTP. Perform deliveries. True by default. Be convenient, set to false for testing. The default options, like from, apply to, every mailer, they default to this. Assign a hash to set additional options. So I guess that's one of the things I want to do in here. I want to just go in here and set that. So we'll just change this to changing the word muster minutes. I mean, I called it support at. I don't think it matters on the username. Actually, that's an interesting question, you know? Like, I've got a username here. What's the deal with the username? They've done xxx at verifieddomain.com. I guess it doesn't necessarily matter. I guess that's what they're saying. They're saying, like, hey, just as long as it's a verified domain. I have got muster minutes as a verified domain. It is ready to use or ready to go. I don't have any SMTP users, which is odd. It got me to generate an API key, API token, because, you know, in here it says, you know, set up an API token, but then I'm looking at this screen that I can show you, and musterminutes.com is verified. We have our token that we're trying to use, but it's never been used. But then there's also this part where I can create an SMTP credential to send email, authenticate my account, and track data. Surely that's what I want to do. Like, I need an SMTP user. So perhaps I should be doing that. We'll keep going with this because I think having this default option in there is good. I'm now thinking, do I have it as no reply? I think support, you can reply to it, like whatevs. I may change it to no reply at some point. Mail observer, interceptors, preview. I don't need to worry about any of those. And then that's it. That is the rest of the action mailer. So that's one setting that perhaps we needed to do. I don't think that was the thing that was missing. But if I look at action mailer, there is no the default from is from example.com. So maybe it tried, but it didn't seem like it ever actually tried to log in. And I wonder if because the username just doesn't match, it's trying to sign in enter your SMTP name. Create a new SMTP user to send emails, authenticate your account, and track data. SMTP Relay is perfect for when you want a quick and easy solution to plug into your website automation platform, and it's great for personal projects. API tokens authenticate requests when made when sending emails and on server-specific endpoints. Yeah, so this is interesting. You know, it's given me some SMTP credentials now, like a username and a password. And perhaps I change this then. Perhaps I go in my Hatchbox and I'll add a mailer send SMTP password. I'll paste that in, and I'll also have a mailer send SMTP user. And I'll grab that and put that in there as well. And we'll save the changes. And then we'll save the user as well. Which we're going to close. And if I change around those, change inside, change around the quotes. There we go. Mailer send SMTP user. Change to the quotes SMTP password. And since we're changing these things anyway, what I will do here is just call .fetch. We'll change those for those. .fetch. Change the surrounding those for those. And we'll save it. SMTP user, SMTP password, and we also set our default email from. So I think we'll go with that and see if that fixes the issues that we're having. While this deploys, I'm also going to have a quick ad break. They are on automated ad breaks just to make sure that there are no pre-rolls. So thanks for sticking through that. Unstaged, we will stage that. That all looks okay. We'll commit that. We'll do fix, update. I guess we're configure. Configure mailer send to use SMTP. And we'll push. And then once that has gone through, we can close that. And we'll quickly check in on here and see that going live. And then what do we need to do? We need to wait for that deployment to go through, and then we can see whether we get email we intend to get. And while we do that, let's see. There's post hoc. It looks like it says had 5 minutes. eu.posthoc.com. Hey, They fixed it. Okay, cool. Now let's log in. It's not that one because I don't have that account anymore. I should just tidy up and clean that up. But hey, feature flags. I want to check something. So I want to, this is rolled out. I should be able to see usage. You can see here how many times it's been called. It returned false for one user at some point, for some reason. That was when I first created it, maybe. I'm not really sure why it returned false. But I want to go in here and edit this feature flag somehow. Edit in the top right. That's how you edit it live. The other option is to schedule a change. So I can say I'm going to change its status, or I'm going to add a condition. I think if I edit and then just disable the feature flag, like, and then save. So this should now be like disabled for everyone. I think is how that works. So if I went to our meeting, I can't remember which one we had. Was it hello? No. My meeting? This service is not currently available. And if I'm then actually going, okay, actually I'll turn it back on, I'll enable the feature flag, click save. That is a long way to go for my mouse. Anyway, if I refresh, the pay button appears. So we have an easy way now of just turning off that feature for people, for everyone, and swapping out our UI, which is really cool. If I go to app.musterminutes.com and show this meeting, it also says the services are currently unavailable, which is nice. I will need to configure post hog, but I'll probably do that after stream, to have the separate accounts for development and production, just because I don't want this turned off in development. They should be separate. The data needs to be tracked separately. So that's fine. I can do that off stream, because all I really need to do there is put in the new environment variables. And I might also change some of the ways the IDs are set up. I believe we should also be on the latest version. If I refresh this, production deployed 3 minutes ago, I should be able to go to Hatchbox as well. It says it's completed. I think we're at a point on here where we can go and check what our email status, resend the email. Apparently it sent one. Refresh over here. It still says it hasn't. So I guess we'll have to agree to disagree about you sending this email, because I don't see the email. Now, one thing that's interesting actually is this is probably sending it later. So actually the SMTP credentials probably weren't a problem. I reckon what's happening, now that I'm thinking about it, is I actually haven't set Hatchbox up to have any workers to run solid queue. You know, the thing that's been complaining in the background over here about stuff like exception in the finalizer and temp files and stuff like that. But we're not running solid queue in there. And also our user model has the where does it say about sending an email? I don't know. Like after update, after create, email verification, it generates the token for it. Where does it do the thing? If I go to the registrations controller, send email verification, and it does deliver later. And here I think is probably an issue. If we're delivering it later, we need to have a worker in the background doing that job, and I haven't got that set up on Hatchbox. And so that's the next thing, right? In our Hatchbox processes, we need a process for doing that. Like, we should have added a process in here for running our worker. Add a process, role, worker. Okay. Server, Olympus. Process name, worker. Start command. Well, we currently do this. V to the end of the line, space Y, and then that is the start command. Enable this for your web service like Puma to keep the socket alive during restart. I don't think I need that. I don't know what reload, I don't know what the stop command is. I think it's just start it. Only one option can be selected between roles and server. Okay, fine. So what do I do if I just set worker in here? Like, how does it figure that out? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. You either pick a specific role, you give it a role, or you give it a server, and then like, those are two separate. I would design this slightly differently. These need to be clearer grouped together as a thing. I realised I didn't reply to your thing earlier. I think when there's multiple different services, so they will have staggered expiry dates. Oh, I see. That makes sense. So it's like service A expires, and then later on service B expires, and service C, and then service D. Yeah, okay, fine. That would be a lot to maintain. It is possible to automate some of those sort of things, but again, effort, I suppose, and time and costs. This is going to be solid worker, or just solid queue. I think my server here, I think you specify what roles it can have, you know. So like I'm happy for like a background worker to run here. I don't know what that's doing to make background workers work there, but it is. And then create that process. So then if I runs on web, view logs, process add, but it says runs on web. What does that mean? So there's our server or our cluster. In our cluster we have our server, and then in our server we have our firewall default. That's not really what we're looking for. We have our apps, master minutes, process, view logs. I imagine that's quite busy now. Like there's probably quite a few. Edit. Maybe just call this like solid queue or worker. And both for web process like Puma socket alive during restarts. Processes, so we've got work and we got that. I think I should Control BC, SSH into this. Journal CTL -- user -- unit was muster init server -- follow. Could I also do like this -worker? Nothing there. Okay, what if I come back here, go to muster minutes, go here, resend. Did it do anything? Don't see anything. Did see anything in here? I don't actually know which way round this is meant to be going. And actually app signal is probably quite nice here because I can go to the app and I can look in production and I can look at the logs. Should be able to look at all the logs. And I should be able to see what's going on. In queued a mail delivery job. So we can see there it says, hey, solid queue, you're going to deal with this. But I don't know what's going on with solid queue. CD muster minutes, right? CD current. Bundle exec. What was the command? Let's just run a worker manually, you know. Like perhaps we'll get something out of this. What I'm concerned about here, you know, is it doesn't seem to have. But move this process to other servers. Please remove it and add the process. I'm cautious that it's not running on anything. Like, this isn't running on a server anywhere. Yeah. Record not found. Like, it's trying to run a bunch of jobs that don't exist. Especially actually the some of the stuff there. Error performing the mail delivery, get address info, socket not found. Interesting. Okay, so kind of clearly there's a whole bunch of stuff that happened there. I think the webhook for processing the job recording ID 52 couldn't be found. I imagine that's because in our charge in our pagem we are like checkout fulfillment processor. And so we're seeing errors in we're seeing errors on, where was it? Here? No, not there. There. It's over here. Error performing, couldn't find record, and line 7. So it's not, I don't think line 7 is where I'm, yeah, line 7 is where I'm finding it, not where I'm updating it. So I kind of don't mind if that doesn't work, I suppose. I mean, I do care. Perhaps this is where I do need to separate out the what do I want? So ChatGPT got any suggestions here? This errors when Stripe sends me a webhook or a charge that wasn't made in my environment when operating in development, because recording.find fails. Anything I can do to resolve work around this? I could conditionally handle it. Find by. Does find by? Not call stub the external call. Seed data. I guess what's kind of happening is there'll be a bunch of stuff that's just no records was returned, it returns nil. Fine, so let's give that a go. I think find underscore by, and then we'll say the ID is that. Then we'll return if the recording is nil. Otherwise we'll update. Because I mean, to be fair, like we only really like if you made the charge and then we couldn't update a recording, we don't have that recording, like whatevs, fine, right? I actually do think here I kind of want to change the IDs to use UUIDs instead of a 1 2 3 4 incremental ID. I actually think we need to do that before I go kind of live. I'm gonna have to wipe the entire database to do that. It's a big databasey kind of change. So perhaps I'll add that into here. Change to UIDs of some sort. But for now, we will do this. I mean, we're going to do this anyway. Git. And then we'll do that. CC it. Fix. Right. Webhook not being able to handle recordings that have deleted. I think just fix Stripe webhook resilience. Got to love a UID mapping, yeah. The reason I'm thinking of UIDs here as well is because if I had if I was developing this on 2 different machines, or I cleared my development database, those recording IDs, if they're incremental, they'll start back at 1. Whereas if I had a UID, a universally unique ID, every record should generally have its own ID, regardless of which environment it was generated in or anything like that. And I don't want to have to map these IDs together, so I'll just deal with that separately. I've already done the git push. That should be going live. The feature flags did work. I can tick that off. That's done. And I think we're slowly getting there on this stuff. I'm still a bit confused, as like this says it runs on that. I think I need to, because this doesn't look like it's running. If I did on this one, like the web one, like when I view logs on here, it says, hey, server Olympus, because there could be multiple servers that are running that process. Whereas on here, there are no servers. And I edit this, it says it runs on web. So anything that's got a web server. Whereas the worker doesn't say this. So I think I need to edit this. I need to delete it. It's gone. I need to go in here and say, okay, it's a worker. And this is none. The process name is solid.q. That's the start command and create the process. And now it says runs on worker. And now I have logs. I should be able to see it loading up and stuff. I probably shouldn't have done that while also, you know, kind of deploying. I think we were. Are we deploying? Have we deployed 2 minutes ago? Okay, maybe that was done. Okay, it was done 2 minutes ago. So I should be able to view logs here. Waiting for jobs. Okay. I'm curious as well as to whether like issues in there it did. Background. So actually I can see those errors in our tool here. Interesting as well. I didn't know this. You can actually filter by like since last deploy on the errors. That's actually really nice. It makes it more visible. There's like errors that are relevant right now. We have a socket error and we have the record not found. So we should have fixed this. This should be resolved. So I think it's closed. And then a socket mailer. Name or service are not known. Okay. And if I go back in here and change the email address and resend the verification email, we should see this in both a couple of places. We should see some logs in here. At some point, maybe not. And we should also see this socket error again. Or I should have an email, you know, one of the two. Doesn't seem like we have an email yet. Connection security TLS 587 is the port that we need to be doing this on. Production 587. those environment variables, mailer send, SMTP. smtp.mailersend.net. That's interesting. Did they mailer send Rails? Yeah, that is there. My UI is saying that this is actually .net. So I'm going to have to then commit. And I'm going to then stage that. And really, I should have just had this in an environment variable for this exact reason. Mailer send SMTP address. And I think that's how fetch works. I think I can set that as the default. Ruby m.fetch. I think the first one is the... It's not that I want, it's the .fetch. Fetch z go fish. Yes, that's the default. That is the fallback value. Couldn't remember how to move up then. Control, fine. Yes. Push that live. And then we'll see if we can get that working. Okay. Yeah, you can see here, name or service address not known. And that would line up to that not being the right thing. And also, if I go in samples, I should be able to now see that one there is the one where it was a problem. And does it have information here that kind of lead me down to it a bit more? Attributes, that just tells me the server host name that it's running on. Can't send email, it's critical severity. But we should have a production deployment. I could be able to refresh this. Also, this should have now restarted. So if I reload this, yeah, terminating, and then start a new one. And then if I go into here, I can go change email address, resend verification email. Still have an issue. This one's different. We see this now in here. We're gonna have a socket error instead. So this one, oh no, it was socket error before. I'm pretty sure we have a different error now. Because the error that I can see here says that the error performing the mail delivery job, open SSL error, SSL connect, wrong version number. Interesting. I wonder if the previous settings would have worked. And I probably can change back to the previous settings because I think I now have them all kind of configured here. So if I go into app.hatchbox.io, but I mean that doesn't really solve the problem of the address being wrong. So this must be the right thing. The port is 587. The port is 587. The address is the same now. mailersend.net. The username and the password should also be the appropriate thing. Let's go in here and close that. SSL error. Wrong version number. Action mailer wrong version number SSL. Enables SSL TLS enables the SMTP connection to use it over a direct TLS connection, but port 587 is not for a direct TLS, but for TLS upgrade via start TLS. Direct TLS is done on 465 port instead if enabled. Thus, your client tries to access a non-TLS connection with TLS, and this results in a strange error. That what? Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. It seems it can be enabled in Rails the same way. Enable start TLS auto is enabled, just set enable start TLS instead. And this has been updated apparently. Use start TLS when connecting to your SMTP server and fail if unsupported. Enable start TLS auto detects if start defaults to true. Fine, so it looks like this needs to be removed and we will replace it with enable start TLS instead. We're getting there slowly. What have I got here? Configure mailer send TLS. Push. Okay. We've got production building. Let's see. Yeah. having this has actually been really useful for just trying to actually clear a C, like without having to look for all those annoying logs. I can see, okay, here's the errors, here's when they're happening, here's where they happened. You can see that it happened in like background or web. It would be nice to see like a front end issue, perhaps. I think I have seen front end issues though, right? If I go all incident. Perhaps I could set my own custom namespace for the front end issues. The front end issue was in development actually, wasn't it? Yes, there is. It does front end web and worker like background. So that's really cool. Let's see the response time, and we get to go into issue list. We can do last deploy. Okay, that should have deployed. Nice. We'll go in here. We'll go to user, change the email address, resend the email. Did it work? Well, I don't have an email sent right now, so that's not looking promising. If I refresh this, what's at the bottom? That's not promising. The from email must be verified in your account to send emails. Okay. That's not our code. That's mailer send. So, that's this one, right? No, that's the old one issue. Takes a little while for that to show stuff. So when I'm working in development, it's not quite the thing that I need to be able to just quickly go, here's an error, go to it. But okay. Let's see. So the error, if it's come through, it'll be easier. SMTP server busy. The from email domain must be verified in your account to send emails. I'm assuming it tried to. Well, I should have seen activity, right? Or like at least a failure. Like rejection. No? Okay. Email verification. That's not what it says. The from email domain must be verified. So it sounds like it's not using the email domain that we set. So perhaps it is in our code, right? This is the verification email. So there's the email content. This is the controller. We're using the user mailer. Mail to. There isn't, but the application mailer has a default from here. Can I set that to comment out? Or should I set this as an environment variable? I think this is the problem. It's trying to send it from @example.com. What's up, man? Hey, user button, how's it going? It's going well, thank you. Fellow Neoville, I'm trying. I'm about, I guess, a week and a half, couple of weeks in of using it now. I only started using Vim Motions in this month, actually, in the last few weeks. I've been trying to I'm trying to become a lot more keyboard orientated in my workflow. I used to use the mouse a lot. I used to use Expose and kind of switch around like that with my mouse. No more. I'm enjoying it. I spent a bit of time went through Primogen's videos and his setup and stuff, and figured out some of that stuff. Telescope working, LSPs. It's nice. I used to be quite keyboard centric in VS Code as far as you could be without doing the Vim motions and all of those sort of things. So I'd always navigate around to files by doing like Command P. But I've found that actually, so it's been a natural transition, somewhat natural. But now I just have a lot more control over what I'm doing. When I don't fat thumb the caps lock key anyway, fat finger it. Change the end of the line. I think we're just going to do env dot fetch. Address. And then we can do but let's talk about Ruby on Rails. That's a bit odd. Yeah, I enjoy Rails. For working on like quick projects, I've done a lot of React, and I have grown very tired of React and microservices. And when it comes to just building my own stuff, a big monolithic application where I can just throw stuff together very quickly works for me. I have debated checking out Laravel though. Like that, I think is the alternative option that's probably more. What's the word? Acceptable is not the right word, but kind of accepted, I suppose. Might be seen to be accepted. Mail from address, otherwise support must admit. W, and then what am I doing? Okay, cool. So that's in there. That I'm gonna have a mail from address that I'm gonna set to my own thing, but I'll just default to that. And then I'm going to go and set the yeah. Git push. I think we're close. I think this is probably the last thing on getting the email pushed live. And then that's mailer send set up and working. It should be. Hoping, fingers crossed. This time. I feel like if I wasn't going to use Rails or Laravel, I would probably very seriously consider giving Go a go. And HTMX. Or like a Node backend, maybe, like TypeScript or something. But I think the front end, I would consider doing the HTMX side. Okay, change email address. So we send verification email. Gonna refresh over on mailer send. It still says none sent. The disappointing result if it's not sending it. We'll refresh over here. We'll go scroll all the way to the bottom of this view. That seems to be where the logs are. It says it performed it. So maybe it was just lagging behind. We'll refresh. It doesn't say it's sent anything. Daily requests. I get 100 requests and it says I've got 99 left. So it looks like maybe it's trying to do something somewhere. Activity. Verify your email. It says delivered. You know what? I have an email. I have got an email. Yes. From support@musterminutes.com to josh@musterminutes.com. Hey there, this is to confirm that your josh@musterminutes.com is the email you want to use on your account. If you ever lose your password, that's what I always send your reset link. You must hit the link below. I can click the link. Thank you for verifying your email address. I go in here. My email address is now verified. That's sweet. That's really cool. So we now have that set up as well. That's done. We can tick finalize setup of mailer send off the list. We now have mailer send all working. We're very close. I need to change to UIDs of some sort. I think that's the next thing. I kind of really didn't like the IDs of the users being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, you know, incremental numbers. So I think the next step really is to have a look and see, like, is there something I can do with that? It looks like we've got some dashboards now as well. We've got Action Mailer. So it's created an Action Mailer dashboard in AppSignal for me. This is the other thing that I really like about Rails. Like, there's just all of this stuff. I don't need to go in. I can just see. I now have a dashboard for Active Job as well, and Action Mailer to see the jobs, how they failed. And that's all automated through AppSignal. I don't have to configure anything other than just installing AppSignal. Obviously, this is a paid thing. There's a free level of free tier for 30 days, and then there's a paid subscription to this service. And they do have this for other frameworks. But other frameworks don't necessarily have all of the things like Action Mailer, Active Job as wrappers around all of that functionality. So sweet. So if I go in issue list, I can go all instance. That is now closed. We've solved that. That is now closed. We've solved that. And so is that. So is that, I believe. I mean, that will happen again, but let's go last deploy. Now, the next thing I would like to do is something. I want to change the IDs. There was something I read recently about IDs, and I must have saved it somewhere. I don't remember where. I do not remember where. Rails, UID, tiny. Nano ID, was that it? Tiny ID. I don't think it was Nano ID. Like there was a thing from a database. Planet scale. Why we chose Nano IDs for planet scale? I think that was it. Yes. Open this in the. Open the original. Right. This is what I'm talking about. So at the moment, our IDs are incremental, 1 to infinity, whatever. I actually kind of want to change them to nano IDs, I'm pretty sure. Like, I kind of feel like they're a bit more Euro friendly. The 1, 2, 3, 4 is fine as well, but I want them to be universally unique. So I kind of want to change the nano ID. And as it turns out, Planet Scale is actually a Rails application itself behind the scenes. And so I want to take a look at that. We added a public ID column to our database. We still use standard incrementing big ints for our primary key, but the public ID is used as an external identifier. Okay. I kind of want to use this specifically for the user because I want to use the nano ID really to identify the user but also for Stripe perhaps as well, so kind of recognizing those different recordings, and perhaps in other places as well. So let's keep reading. So they added, what they really did here was they added a public ID, which is a varchar column, and they added a public ID generator for each model, and that's a concern. And that concern just generates the nano ID, it sets a public ID, generates the public ID, and just before it creates, it sets the public ID. They also have a backend service in Go that creates public IDs, so they do the same thing there. And I think quickly copy an ID, yeah. I quite like the idea of doing it like this, having the regular ID and then the public ID. Schema is there like that. I suppose actually, is there a way of viewing the schema as the base? I guess that turns it into a include the public ID generator. I'm going to take this. Need to install this nano ID gem. Bundle add nano ID. Make sure there's nothing git apart from those things that we just added. Yes. Go to concerns, account scope. We'll create a new one in here call it public ID generator. Public ID generator, RP. And I'm pretty happy with what they've got here. Like, generates a random string for us as the public ID. It will keep trying that a number of times. It'll try 1,000 times to make sure that it's unique. It generally should be unique. Um, and then I just include this. I also need to add migration to my schema, add what am I doing here? So if I just go in ChatGPT, if I was doing a database migration in Rails to add the public ID to this user model, what would I do? Either in the command line generator or the migration itself? Well, I want to know. I know what a migration is. GPT sometimes. Public ID, string, unique. Varchar. What about the Varchar 12-bit? Why just string? What about Varchar 12? I don't need all these notes. Just let me send my reply. Coming up to 6 o'clock. I'm probably going to have to call it soon. But I also really want to get this wrapped up. We are going to have an ad in a moment. I might take a chance to go grab a drink. And we are running ads on a automated schedule just to make sure there are no pre-rolls. Because I hate pre-rolls. They suck. But we'll see. We'll get through this and then I'll quickly go grab something. The limit 12. Okay. So I'm just basically saying add public ID to users, and actually users is one of the ones I will not add it to. Add public ID to users, and then we'll go back to here and we'll do migration, add public ID. Limit 12. Rails DB migrate. Cool. And I'm going to quickly go grab a drink. I'll be right back. Back. Okay, let's get back into it. So what have we done? We just created the migration, and then we ran the migration to add this public ID column to our users. Cool. That was adding a column to users. Now we're going to go to our user itself, and we'll go to the top, and then underneath we'll add our include and generate public ID. Like what was the file? What was the file? Public ID generator. So we just include that in our stuff. And obviously that's not going to generate public IDs for the people that exist already, right? So what did our concern public ID generator do? Generate nano ID before create set public ID. So I need to essentially just run over class methods generate nano ID. Interesting. Okay. Generate public ID self.class.generate nano ID takes in the alphabet, you know. The alphabet that includes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. For this, if I want to set an ID on one that doesn't exist already, I've basically just added the set public ID method to all users. So I could just go Control B, free, and do Rails, bin/Rails, Rails C, right? Yeah. And in here we do user.all, right? We've got all these users, and none of them have public IDs. They're all nil. Each user, we're going to call user dot set public ID, was it? Set public ID. In fact, we don't actually even need any of this, right? We can just call and set public ID, is that right? If I pass that through as like that, they all now have public IDs. Nice. Cool. And then yeah, I think that makes sense. And then all I'm going to do is, since I now have these public IDs, I'm going to use them in places. So application HTML, current.user, well, public ID. There is a current user, because that's going to be the user facing ID that we're going to report back. I'm even tempted here to kind of just go if there is a public ID, otherwise don't do it, but I guess it will be an empty string if not, and then that would be empty, so that's kind of fine, I suppose. I think that's fine. What we've got going on Git. Stage everything. Gem file, we added nano ID. Gem file lock, nano ID. we added our public ID generator concern that we copied and pasted from the internet, you know. And then we have our current user ID is now changed to be the public ID because this public ID generator added public ID to everybody. And then the application grabs that public ID. We added a column, we added the index, make sure that they're all unique. And then the schema also adds that in as well, making sure that they're all in there. And then we'll just do commit. And what are we doing here? Refactor maybe? Add public IDs for users. Yeah. I'm kind of just debating a second around how we're approaching the migration here. I think it's fine. I'll just commit that like that, and then we'll do git push. I'm gonna have to go into the server and just make sure that I run the same command that I ran locally once it's done. So we'll refresh over here. Production is queued. What? Queued? Why are we in a queue? What's this queue business about? We've got deployments to be doing. Have we deployed yet? No. Getting there. I actually don't want to refresh that once the thing is deployed anyway, because actually I want to go into the console. And to do that, I'm going to switch back over to here. I'm going to go control B 4, and we will. Oh, we're in here, right? Exit SSH into that deploy server again. See, now we can see those logs independently. Good. We're actually going to do this though. We're going to bundle exec rail C. After going into custom inits current, and once we know it's deployed, which it has, we can do bundle exec rails C. And once we're in here, we can do user.all. Got 2 users, and then we can do .each and set public ID. Beautiful. And then we can exit out. And we're done on there. We come back into here. We can go in here. We can reload. Now, Posthog's going to be like, what's going on? Users have changed their IDs. That's good, because if we go in here, we should now see free. We should see a new user pop up soon. So if I go in events, got this user here. It might have automatically associated the user there. Last seen 3 hours ago. I don't have a team. I don't have a team. It's just me. Events. These people. I thought it would come up with a different ID, you know, but I can't find. And it says production 2 up there. I guess I need to click around, do some stuff. I should also see in the network. Oh, that's one thing I was going to change but never got around to doing. I have to change that next. Current user ID. It's empty. Interesting. I set the IDs, but I didn't save the users. So CD must have been its current rail bundle exec rails C. There's more I have to do, you know, because if I actually look at what the concern for that did, set public ID. Sure, it sets a public ID. It doesn't save. So actually I need to do user.all.each. And actually I will need to do something here. In fact, can I do user and then user.set public ID, user.save end, user.all. Yes. So now when I refresh, current user ID has a weird gobbledygooky ID. That is me. I am 5JGR10L9YJBLD. That's me. Who I am. That says a few seconds ago. I don't know what that's about. Production 1? No. The other part of this that I need to do is actually in here. So I also need to do that here. Like I can set all of those, but I actually need to user.set public ID, user.save, or actually in saving those, see what PostHog did? PostHog sent a request for free items. Did it do that here? It didn't. That was interesting. Surely it should. Okay. I'm running it locally as well. No such file name, no ID. No, that's interesting because I guess Rails C works, but perhaps not the bin/dev. Yep. Head. That's our current user ID. That's different. That's unique. It's unique. Production dash blah. That's good. And now I can go. I want to get rid of these production dash noisy, annoying things. So what we need to do that is telescope live grep rails.env. Actually, it's kind of annoying because it's not actually thingy, is it? It's the distinct ID in a bunch of places. I also really need to learn the quick fix list. Should we try and learn the quick fix list now? What about that? NeoVim quick fix list. I actually think I'm probably going to have to watch a video on this because I don't fully get my head around it. And also there's a couple of things going on because I'm like quick fix list from Telescope. I might have to just do that in my own time because I don't know what I'm doing there. So we're going to do it manually. We're going to go in here, the distinct ID. I am still going to have a thing, I think. But I think I'm going to call it like user underscore and then like the weird GUI thing. That's how I'm going to have my nano ID set up. At least for post hog, you know. I mean, I guess I don't technically need the user underscore part, and it is just kind of getting in the way. Because I could just do user.public ID. This is also another thing I needed to change, actually. Change that to public ID. Telescope live grep. And in here we search for distinct ID because actually that's what we're looking for. I reckon I could what is it? Q? Space Q? How do I set up a macro? QA, okay. And now I'm recording a macro. So if I now do find the quote, change around the quote, space, and then do, oh, but it's not going to be exactly the same. This one is here, public ID, escape, Q. And then what do I do to play it? I put my cursor here, right? And then A? No. Be right back. One moment. Right, back. Okay, we need the main screen back, and we are back on the main screen, and I have a macro. How do I play the macro? Is it at? Thank you, at. Okay, perfect. Thank you, protagonist. I was gonna have to search it then, but hey, thank you for having it there. Still learning my way around the event. I could have just done that manually, but I kind of wanted to start using the macros a little bit more. Adopting that mindset. Yeah, so at, that symbol is the, how you play the macro. Okay, cool. And then we'll do, I really need to set up a shortcut for the live grep, because actually it's coming in quite useful. Distinct ID. Those are all set up. Is there a distinct ID like that? No. What about live grep? And then search for post hog dot like identify. There's one there that I need to deal with. Can't do my macro here. I guess I'll just visually select and then current.user ID. And then where else? That's just the identifier on the front end. Are those the only places? I think those might be the only places. Telescope, live, grep, and then we'll do post rails.env maybe. See where I'm using rails.env for the bucket config, Rails helper, post hog helper. Oh, the feature flag. Yes. Okay. Fine. That is the only other place. Take that bit out. Change around the quotes, and it's going to be current.user.public ID. Cool. Did I save that? I did, didn't I? Yes. So, got post hog helper set up there, and yep, that's now setting current.user.public ID, current.user.public ID, current.user.id. Interesting. Need to fix that one. What? Where am I there? Post hog controller, session, user. This is where it gets confusing, because I've set this to like public_ID when in Rails, and then like the code looks very similar for the JavaScript, but that ID there is the public ID. Do the public want to know that they have a different private ID? I don't know. Doesn't really matter, does it? I suppose. And then those public IDs are in the user thing, so and that's fine. Okay, cool. Track code. No. Track. Analytics. Yeah, there we go. Update. Post hog to use public ID for users. Hit push. And then quit out of there. We can switch back. Let's see, if we refresh here, we should have a deployment going. Good, we do. Then if I reload this should be a mess right now. I guess it's only kind of partly a mess because this production -5J whatever is on the other thing, and then these users never really got updated. I don't think I called the front end in a version that worked, so okay, that's now live. If I refresh this, I log out, so I log in again, make sure that there's a user there. I refresh, there's my Joshua Master Minutes with the ID referencing the production ID. There's no way of really telling that. If I also had the 127 loaded, then I logged out and logged in and did some stuff. That would also be in there as Josh at Muster Minutes. And in a few seconds, that should grab the ID, that user. U8. Why are those two? Oh, I hadn't refreshed. And because I hadn't refreshed, it was still using like the development code and that one there. So if I refresh in here, well, I guess those actions are being tracked in there now. That. So if I go in people, I can probably tidy up a bit. So I can go in here, I can delete this person. We're not going to get any more of those types of records. This one as well, no more hyphen production environment hyphen ID records. This one here, production hyphen 1, not going to exist. Production hyphen 2, also not going to exist. Go in here. This random ID isn't going to exist. Bob at Muster Minutes also has a random ID, never actually got a real ID. He's not going to exist. Just trying to tidy it up a little bit. And then I don't think these want to work. Those people are gone. They're dead. But they show in here, annoyingly. Forever. Maybe there's a way of accessing the database directly or something. Data management. Database. You can query it. I can't imagine you can delete from there. I suppose if I did events, maybe I can find those events and then remove them in some way. Doesn't look like you can. They're there forever. No worries, because this is the development. I just need to set up production environment keys. And then I guess let's try and generate some minutes on production. We're here on production. Show the meeting. Sorry, it's not available. No worries. We're going to go to post hog and we can go feature flags and we can enable that feature flag just like that. Quick and easy. I refresh. Hey. Oh, got an error. Doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Well, we can just check out our app signal. See what happened. Go in production. Go issue list. And it might take a few seconds, minutes so for this to come through. We'll just wait and click around a little bit. Change to set up public ID for users using nano ID. Type error. We've got some type error. Can't convert a nil class into an exact number. Interesting. Okay. In at. Inspect the latest sample. So on the orders controller line 18, create failed. So everything going on here? No. Orders controller line 18. Doesn't look like it's line 18 to me. That's the metadata where we get the recording ID. Maybe there was something else. Maybe it was a different place. Orders controller 18 create. Let's show the full back face. What's going on? It's obviously doing something with time. But I imagine it's there it is. That is line 18. The one above, not this one. It's there. Time at recording dot duration. Okay. Why is this nil class? We have a recording here. Should be 4 seconds long. Recording dot last. Dot duration. Nil. Interesting. Why is it nil? Perhaps that was done with a job, like an active job. And when I deleted, when I had this recording, it wasn't supporting those. So let's just try it again. We'll upload. And then we'll pay. Still an error. Is there perhaps, do I get to see the logs? Or, so I can go to logs. You know, it'd be quite good. At the moment, I'm seeing like application logs. Is there some way I can filter out the... We are seeing logs from active job. Right, I believe we see active job stuff. If I went to here, maybe I can see the jobs. Should see 2 of these now. I'm just waiting for this to finish loading. Let's see, we've got 2 of them. Did we see anything else? There was no other errors. See, there's the performing active storage analyze job from solid queue. Skipping because FF Probe isn't installed. Right, okay. That's what it did. It skipped the analysis because we just didn't have this installed. We need to install that then, I guess. Into Hatchbox. Hatchbox. FF Probe. How do I get this in Hatchbox? Rails. Okay, let's perhaps check out Discord, because I think Discord will have something in it. My Discord is a bomb site. In Hatchbox, which we're already in. You can search for FF Pro. Is anyone? What's the deal here? Analyze anything FFmpeg or install FFmpeg, not FFprobe. Oh. According to the docs, the file should be analyzed by FFmpeg. So what one am I supposed to be? I'm assuming this has changed. So like maybe this has been resolved. Okay. So I guess somewhere in Hatchbox, I need to install this somehow. I mean, I guess I can just log in and install. Install this manually, right? Be the easy option. How to install on Linux Ubuntu, I think it is. I've got set up here. I'm in here, sudo apt update. I don't think I should be doing this with the, yeah, I just thought that was going to work. I need to SSH into here. And sudo apt update. But before I do this, let's make sure we are synced, configured. That will update everything. So this is going to update, provision everything anyway. And then I don't have to worry about that part. All I really want to do is just install that. That includes FFprobe, apparently. Let's see. Once this is done, then we should be able to I don't actually know what happens if you go to here right now. I guess, yeah, it just says web servers down. We're currently undergoing some maintenance. Takes a little while. Is it done yet? Hello, Amy. Okay. Servers have finished provisioning apps. What I'm thinking about as well is like, surely there's a script I can run. Scripts are powerful for users who want to install things on their servers. If you wish to build a custom build script or post-deploy script, you can do that from the app dashboard. I'll create a new script. Run as root. Load environment. Sure. And then that. I guess I don't need the sudo because I'm already in as root. Apt install. Install ffmpeg. Create script. Run. Servers. Olympus, we only have the one server. Uploading. No such directory. Maybe my script didn't work because of this or something. Script. Can I just do that? I mean, I could just log into the script server myself and do this, but I'm thinking, hey. Oh, it looks like it's running. No containers need to be restarted. Okay, cool. Does that mean it can now do the job? Do the job? Did that come through as a error earlier, like in here? No, it didn't, which is interesting. Obviously there was the job though. Processed, it finished. It failed silently. So I need to just go back and check the logs, I think, when I do that. This here, it did come through as an error. Oh, that was the thing. What about this? It would be good if this allowed you to pick the same as the namespace. Go to live tailing. Guess we'll do that. Refresh. We'll delete this recording. I'll upload a different one. Create. Logs should be formed active storage analyze job in 511 milliseconds. Did some stuff up there. That's a bit weird. It's not complained about it. It just says it's done it. So I figure I can click pay. Yes. Cool. Then we'll put on our super secret credit card information. And we'll pay. Chat's come back. Then we can generate the transcription. And we hit an error. What do we hit? Where do we go? Go to lab. Why are we not in live? I thought we was live tailing. Apparently we weren't. Can we see an error? Issue list. It's not an issue with orders create anymore. No method, undefined method bucket for active service disk service. Why are we using the disk service? Don't be storing things there. What are you doing? Okay, that's the next issue. We've actually not been using S3 at all this whole time. I think I'm probably gonna have to call it there. This might be a job for tomorrow. I really didn't want it to be. It is a quick fix. There's our Amazon storage, you know, and I thought that was it, but there must be in our development folder something about storage here. And if I go to the production folder, there should be something about storage in here. Probably at the top. Local. True. It's true. Storage for production. You know, and actually before that deploys, I really need to quickly just go back and delete. Needs to delete that recording. Hungry setting in, don't start rushing it now. It is starting to set in. It's getting to that time of the day. It's actually quite like... Oh, Kaylee has just arrived as well. This is the last bit. Right. This is the last thing. And then it's just a case of setting up some environment variables, which I will do off stream anyway. Because there's no like point having stream up while I'm moving environment variables around. Hey hi for me. Say hi. Hey hi. Hello for me. I will do. I'm sure she would say hi back. Why does I say production 25 minutes ago? Like what? I'm waiting for nothing. Because I haven't bloody pushed it, you know. I was rushing. You did kind of hit the nail on the head. Yeah, no method error because the bucket doesn't exist because we weren't using the disk service, not the S3 service. This should be resolved now. We can close that. Same with this. I mean, this might still be an issue. Like if you click it quick enough, you probably can. Like I'm gonna leave that open because I actually think this is still a problem. We need to come back and fix this at some point. If you rush before it's done the analysis of the duration, can't check out. I'm gonna have to wrap it up there. So, oh, we can test it quickly. One more test, and I'm gonna have to go. Create the recording. We can pay. Yes. Pay our 30p with our very secret credit card information. And pay. That comes through. We can then generate the transcript. Transcript's in progress. We can... Shouldn't take too long. Should take maybe 30 seconds. There we go. Cool. I have to refresh. And then I can also generate minutes. It works. We're very, very close. I will have it live, I think, before the beginning of the next stream. But since we are not actually properly live yet, what we'll do is we'll go feature flags. We will disable this feature flag, and that will then turn it off. So that when you create a new meeting, you can't actually pay. And we can leave it running as it is. Thank you for hanging out today. It's been a good stream. I am really happy with where we got to with that. We kind of deployed, kind of not. We kind of need to finish the setup of Stripe, which is changing some environment keys around. And I'm going to change the environment keys around for post log as well. But I will do those off stream because there's no point just, again, showing those while I'm doing that. But yeah, thank you for hanging out once again. It's been a good stream. I will be live tomorrow. I need to confirm the times. But it should be similar times. But it won't be as late. Definitely won't be as late. I have a meeting at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Bye. I keep pressing the wrong buttons. Thanks, bye.